All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you to everybody for waiting and being patient. Not sure how well this is going to work out. All sorts of internet issues everywhere across all of our internet providers, including our cell phones, our main internet, everything giving us problems. We were sitting here. We look like an IT company out here working on this crap. But to no avail. We've put the show off an hour and 15 minutes, almost an hour and a half now. It's no avail. You know, it is what it is. We got this. We'll run the show. I apologize if anything, if it does its normal stuttering thing. Quality is about the same as usual. We were trying to bump it up to make the quality better, but it wouldn't even run at our normal. So we've got things sort of semi-worked out. Hopefully we're going to have a great afternoon into the evening. Probably run until about 7, 8 o'clock tonight. Miss Carolina is going to be working hard behind the scenes here, working on all of this. If you guys would, smash the like button on the way in. Again, apologies for the delay. Again, trying to make sure everything is up to par. Hope everybody's had a wonderful start to your weekend so far. I don't even know what my like goal is set for. I think it's set for like 600 today, 777 tomorrow. So again, a good afternoon, everybody. I'm using my cell phone today. Hopefully we'll get some flight info for you guys. One runway. I told you guys it was going to be a little bit different here this afternoon. There we go, making sure our chat is working. So everything looks to be working there. A lot of issues. Beautiful shot of uptown Charlotte. Again, good afternoon once again, everybody. Let's see, how does this look? This is really low, so I don't know how well it's going to work out. Again, huge apologies. Fighting with the internet. It seems to be an ongoing battle. Again, I need to take that time off. I really do. Give them a call. But it being Saturday, can't do that. So, as you guys can see, we've got uptown Charlotte behind us. We are operating off of 18 left, 19 left maybe? I don't know. Have they changed the runway titles yet? I really don't know if they've changed those yet. I know they're supposed to be changing them here before too long if they haven't already. So again, hopefully an action-packed afternoon. We've already got our 777-300 landed already, unfortunately. Etihad has landed. Etihad in a Dreamliner today as opposed to the A350 that we're used to seeing. So let's get you guys a quick view of what we got going on over here on this side. All right, so uptown Charlotte. There in the background. So this is the entirety of the view of the runway. So from right here to threshold is what we got as far as runway goes today. But we're gonna have all the CRJ, ERJ action here just below us. As you guys saw, the American 777 right there is along with the Etihad Dreamliner. That Etihad Dreamliner due to go out a little later on this afternoon. So again, like I said, continue to smash the like button. 52 likes. American Airlines 2064. Braves gal. Hopefully we'll be able to see her if she's on this side. If you aren't familiar with CLT, over on the other side of the parking garage, there are 2 other runways. So, and normally if you aren't new to Charlotte, you know that this is not where we typically are. We're typically over on the other side because it is a much better view, a whole ton more action over on the other side. But I told you guys we were going to do something a little bit different today. So we're going to get into it. And again, like I said, Miss Carolina is working behind the scenes here, trying to work on this internet to see if she can get it up and going. Don't have anything for you guys just yet, but as you guys can see, the Sullenberger Museum over there. If you guys have never been there, I highly recommend it. We were over there this morning. I don't know if any of you guys saw the chat, but Michael over there in the working in the Sullenberger Museum was hoping that we enjoy our models. Ramona and I picking up some models. Sorry, Miss Carolina asking me a question. Hold on, by the way. I want to show you guys something. If you guys live in the Charlotte area and you love aviation, obviously you do if you're watching this show, I highly suggest you run over to the Sullenberger Museum and pick up a model. They have the Lufthansa A380, Delta 747-400, the BA 747-400, and the UPS 747. They also have the Eastern Airways. Ramona has hers here, the two that she bought this morning. There's the Eastern Airways model that she bought. What was the other one that you bought? You bought the Pan Am 747-400. So a couple of models being purchased here today. I got the Lufty. Couldn't do without my A380. So it come down to preference. I almost bought two of them, and I was like, no, I'm not gonna do that. I'll wait. He said that they just got a new stock in. So again, go over, check out the Sullenberger Museum. Snag a model, tons and tons of models, as well as other items over there. This is not sponsored, by the way, just a fun time for us. We were only over there for about an hour. We didn't go through the museum itself, but we did pick up the models. All right, let's kick it off here. First arrival finally. Again, I'm not going to be using flight radar here for right now because we are using the cell phone. Once we get everything straightened back out, we will go back to normal. There is our first arrival of the day, an A320, A321. But now that gives you guys a good idea of why your host typically doesn't tend to go to this side. But today I wanted to come to this side. That way, hopefully I'm a little more shaded. A little bit. I should have backed the car up just a little bit. And I can't wait to get home and put this thing together, by the way. So all of the big models, by the way, again, if you do live in the Charlotte area, all of the big models, the 747s and the A380, all have landing gear. They also had a Southwest and Alaska 737s. Those were the 1 in 130 scale, so they were the bigger ones. This one here is the 1 in 1. This one's the 1 in 200 scale. The 1 in 130 for the 737s and other ones are about the same size as this. So it is absolutely a pleasure to be able to go in there and buy models. I'm gonna have to get me another shelf for all of my models. I have several now. Yes, they have the again, if you've never been there, the plane that landed in the Hudson, Sully's plane, the F-14 Tomcat, along with a whole array of other aircraft and displays. Always a good time to go in there. I've been in there once. I need to go back. Need to try to go back. All right, we got a 777 up next. 777-200. Again, like I said, I'm not using flight radar right now. at the moment because we are using our cell phone for service. There it is. I also need an anti-glare screen. There is our first heavy arrival of the day. As far as on the show goes, they had two 777s land back-to-back earlier. We can absolutely see what they're loading and unloading from the 777. I was checking out some of the cargo earlier. Again, thank you all for liking the show. Make sure you guys continue to like as we continue on here. So maybe tomorrow we'll do the other side like we normally do. If you guys are familiar with our other episodes of the show, typically, as you know, we're on the other side. I just didn't want to deal with the sun in my face all day. It is, well, I brought the thermometer here with me. 99 degrees with about 65% humidity out here according to the thermometer, and that thermometer is in the shade. That last one coming in from Paris, coming in from Charles de Gaulle. That American 777. Got another one coming up in just a minute. Not a 777, but we've got some ERJ action, something we don't see on the regular. Oh, hey, we got a helicopter. Good eye to Ramona. There he is. Flying away from us, it looks like. Got some ERJ. We're going to see a lot of ERJs, CRJs this afternoon. Again, if you are just tuning in, we are on the east side of Charlotte Douglas International. So one runway over here, very short deal. Again, we talk about it every time we come down here as to why I don't particularly do this side of the runway. Lenny with a $10 super sticker. Thank you so much, Lenny. You're very, very welcome. You guys, glad to be down here, giving you guys a show. Again, doubleheader weekend. Today and tomorrow we'll be here. Nice cloud coverage at the moment for me in the airport. This looks like it might be an exec jet. So we'll have a little bit of general aviation stuff happening. Oh, no, it's not. It's an ERJ. This cloud has got us in the shade, thank goodness. That cloud could be my best friend. It could stick around all day for all I care. Probably male. So the reason I'm not giving out the information right now, Bill, is because of the fact that I'm using my cell phone for the Wi-Fi signal. Trying to make sure we don't overheat the cell phone. And I'm trying to make sure that the quality of the show sticks around. We can change it. Let's see. We'll try it for a few minutes. If it works, we can go at it that way. Let's take a look here, what we got coming up. Looks like we've got a couple of ERJs. We've got one coming in from Manchester. This one's going to be PSA Airlines. That one arriving in about 4 minutes. That's going to be a CRJ 900 LR. Coming up next, we're going to have Lufthansa later. That was part of the deal for coming over here. We've got American Airlines 9601 from Madrid, flying out over eastern North Carolina at the moment, right at the Georgia or Virginia, North Carolina line there. So I'm wondering if there's some storms off in the mid-Atlantic up there causing them to fly off to a different way. We're 6 away from 600. Luke, this is our new camera, but we've talked about it before. It's not the greatest. I was playing around with it, making some changes to it this morning while we were working on the internet. And we need something with a bigger sensor to do better at night. The quality up on it is all the way up on it. Hopefully it doesn't look too awfully bad. As a matter of fact, hold on. Did I make sure everything was changed correctly? I did. Daytime. The only significant thing I changed today was the quality of the camera itself. It could be OBS. Like I said, we've worked on a little bit of everything here this afternoon. The clouds are giving us a bit of a hard time as we oh, you just got a model of the Emirates A380. What? Oh man, dang it. Yo, I'm looking into different cameras once again. I just bought this one, did all the research on it, and it's like, oh yeah, everything, it's perfect for what you're trying to do until you try to do it at night, and then it's not. Daytime it seems to be okay, but nighttime sometimes seems to be the real issue. Millie, good afternoon. So again, good afternoon everybody. Apologies for the late start. Miss Carolina is still working her butt off behind the scenes trying to get this stuff fixed. Yeah, I just got that Lufthansa A380 in the new livery, quote unquote. There is our CRJ from Manchester. Again, we should have a couple of 777s here. Lufthansa around 4 o'clock. And a lot of, okay, so if you're talking about quality, by the way, so the issue is going to be today. And this is another reason why we don't come to this side. You see all these planes and all these roofs and all the things. So all of these planes have their APUs running, right? So let's see if we can zoom in on one of the APUs that might be running. You see how it's putting out that heat exhaust? Well, when that gets up in the air, that depletes the quality of the show. So you guys got to remember that too. We deal with the heat waves all the time back in RDU, especially long ways away. Hey, you know, I've been looking into the FX30. The FX30 is a nice camera. So I have the Nikon with the 150-600, and it is with me. I was going to use it if we decided to do anything at night tonight, but I wanted this one for the zoom. Because I didn't even, when we opened the show, so you can see how far zoomed out this is. The zoom on this camera is amazing. You can zoom right in on the Wells Fargo building. If somebody was over there waving at us right now, we would definitely be able to see it. But you can see the heat waves there. That really brings down the quality. Here we go, a little exec jet action. That might be one of Contour's. We saw one like that land in RDU for Contour the other day. Little double stack train going by. Is this an intermodal? Looks like it might be one of Charlotte's intermodals. We saw one of these while we were standing over there at the Sullenberger Museum. So we got a little bit of everything here. 53% chance of rain at 5 p.m. Thank you, Eddie. Hopefully we won't have any rain this afternoon. We'll be able to get through this day. We brought plenty of umbrellas, and I got another set of hands here to help me out if it does start raining, so not gonna worry too much about the rain. I think the only thing that Charlotte doesn't have is boats. Got every other mode of transportation. Trains, cars, buses, planes. Non-stop train of interruptions, right? This is a long train too, so we've cut away from it, but it is still on the move. It is hot out here, y'all. Temperature still rising according to the thermometer, 100 degrees, and that is in the shade. 65% humidity. Able to see Carowinds. No, James, no. Carowinds is off to the south, and we've got the terminal in our way from here. I'm trying to think if you couldn't, I don't think you can see it from the parking garages, if I remember correctly, but there was a time you could see it from the old overlook area. I do remember coming down here when it was the when you could go to the old gravel overlook. A couple of some auto racks to finish off that train. We've got an A319 coming out here for departure. We've also got an E175 coming out and getting ready for departure. Interesting. We went to Carowinds back in October of last year. And it was fun watching all those planes fly over. Got that A319 coming up next. We've got, looks like an A320 coming up. A321. I can hear an A319 departing over on center from here. My goodness, very loud buzzsaw sounding departure. Looks like we've got several coming out here for departure. Let's see, where's this A319 off to? This one's off to Fort Myers, American Airlines 3208. This A319 100. see how much of the departure we can actually capture. Couple of A321s sitting out here. There's a bunch coming for departure here over the course of the next couple of minutes. I've got an arrival of one coming from Sarasota, private owner, Beach King C90 King Air, or Beach C90. Probably, yeah. Beach C90 from Sarasota. All right, A321 getting ready to go. Let's find out, where are you off to? This A321 right here headed off to Raleigh. American Airlines 2704 headed off to our home base. Allie, good afternoon. All right, so for another thing, we are, I don't know where we're at right now, but before we started the show, we were at 12,992, so only 8 away from 13,000. Are we watching? Yes, we are watching the Far East Side runway today. Should have all of the 777s and stuff over here today. That was part of the reason why we selected this side. Even if we would have started at noon, we would have missed out on the Etihad Dreamliner, that arriving at about 11:50 this morning. Goes our A321 off to the home base of Raleigh. About a 30-minute flight. So if you're in Raleigh and you're watching this show, you can go catch this one land in 30 minutes or so if you're close enough. Next one up for departure, this one is off to Orlando. American Airlines 1515, an A321-200 off to the House of Mouse, down to Orlando. Again, we should see all of the 777s, 90% of them come in on this side. We should see the Lufthansa A350 later this afternoon over here on this side. Got an ERJ lining up now. That cloud needs to come back this way just a little bit to cover your host. It is atrociously hot. This one, Piedmont Airlines. This one's off to Greensboro, North Carolina. On the internet? Yeah, how's it doing? legendary. The Queen City cockroaches. So many RJs. There are a ton of RJs. What's cool about this side though is how short, or when I say short, I mean how low this terminal is. It's not very tall until you start getting over here to where you get your 737s, of course your 777s, all of those. Remember, you guys, smash that like button if you guys haven't. Again, we are on the east side of the airport today, far east side. Looking at 18 left. Next arrival, we've got one coming in from Ovoca? O-V-O-C-A. Ovoca? American Airlines 2064. This is an A319-132. See one of the couple of the display models they have over there at the Sellenberger Museum, by the way. Ah, so Braves gal, that was your mom's flight. Good, I'm glad we were able to grab that for you. Oh yeah, legendary. Charlotte has double the amount of flights as RDU. The thing is it's, well, all American Airlines. That's why we talk about it all the time. I come down here, we come down here for the sheer volume of the airport and how busy it is. Again, we chose the east side today just to give you guys something a little bit different. We haven't done this in over a year. 98% of the time we are over on the other side getting both far right and center. That one's coming up. Did you see that one? Is that one's track? Because that's what, coming up in just a minute. Yeah, it's like way off. Yeah. But look, see, we got south. We're missing out on Southwest over on the other side. We're missing out on Volaris from Guadalajara. Dang it, I was really hoping to see Volaris today too. Volaris from Guadalajara is over on the other side. There are a bunch more on the other side. Where is that one? Oh yeah, see, it flew way down south. Like they're missing some storms. Maybe it's storming in Raleigh or something. I think it's storming right here in the upper mid-Atlantic. Because there's no planes here in the upper mid-Atlantic at the moment. No, it's actually clear in the upper mid-Atlantic right here. Because see, look right here, there's no planes at all. There's some thunderstorms off to the north. The airport, there's a bunch down towards Charleston. So they're probably trying to avoid all these pop-up storms right here. Yeah, there's a couple over, one over Lenoir, Morganton, right on the Virginia-North Carolina line, Hillsville. Bristol's got some storms. So again, this side is the slower of the sides, by the way. But the fact that we'll have all of the 777s landing over here this afternoon. Speaking of which, the next one is due in about 20 minutes. Looks like it flew almost all the way down to Wilmington and has come around. Oh, trust me, I know it's hot. According to the thermometer here in the car, we're down to about 62% humidity. Still sitting at 99 degrees. So the degrees in the smaller section there, 100 degrees, about 62% humidity. Very, very hot. I am in the direct sunlight, as you guys can see. So a hot afternoon. I am trying to lean this way as much as possible to be out of the heat. By the way, I don't know if we still have these hats on sale, but a good look at one of the other hats. I just wish this wasn't green. I wish it was blue. Don't remember if we still have this particular hat on sale or not. So these come in a variety of colors, by the way. This particular color was the only color we had for a while. Yeah, it's the humidity. The humidity when we started the show was at about 70%. The humidity now has come down quite significantly, about 8% on the humidity. This 777's all closed up. Are we getting ready to move? I don't think you're going anywhere, but this one here offloading for customs, I would assume. Be towed over somewhere else, maybe. Can't tell if the jetway is attached on the other side of it or not. Again, Etihad right there, bringing the 787 Dreamliner as opposed to the last time we were here. So Eddie, I would assume that we're over 13,000 now. Started the day at 12,992. We are one subscriber away from 13,000. So if we got one more person out there who enjoys the show, who wants to subscribe to the channel, please feel free to do so. Hopefully we're going to get a lot of watch hours out of this weekend. Going to pick things up. Hopefully tomorrow I feel will be a lot better of an afternoon. Saturdays are typically not too good of a day for us being on the air. But it seems like we're hanging around about normal. Lori. Oh yeah, we love some plane spotting. Hey, I'm gonna turn that off. The CRJ, ooh, a really close-up of one of the ERJs. Get right in there with them, shall we? Now, Ramona and I were watching them unload another one of these from right here. This is going to be very old school. There's no jetway there, or no jet bridge. There, so everybody will hop off of this aircraft and hang out right there, wait for their bags and stuff. So definitely something a little bit different, something we don't see all the time. Whoops, wrong button. A little bit better. Yeah, there we go. All right, let's check out what we got coming up next, shall we? There we go, 13,002. Thank you all for getting us to 13,000. I kind of figure, I figured we were close enough this week that we would reach it this weekend. Again, I feel tomorrow will be a much bigger day for the show. Hopefully tomorrow we'll see that Volaris from Guadalajara. We've got PSA Airlines, this one coming up from Panama City, an hour and 2 minutes for the CRJ 900LR. Coming in to Charlotte. Oh, I want to go back to this one, because I want to see them offload these folks. Boy, the sun is not moving in the direction I thought it was going to move. The sun at the moment is absolutely burning me alive. LTB Voto, thank you so much. Thank you, Eddie, for... No. Miss Carolina offering me some cheese on a hot day like this. And I've already got an upset stomach. No, thank you. Again, thank you, everybody. Once again, getting us to 13,000. A hard-fought 13K. When did we hit 12,000? Anybody remember? So we did reach our subscriber goal. There we were trying to reach, what, 13,000 before the 15th of August. Got another week for that. Got an E175 on the way out. But I want to see these people, I want to see folks hop off of this ERJ here. Yeah, you got folks popping off there. I do know one thing, like I said, it is very, very hot. Creeping up on 100 now. And like I said, that is in the shade. So 100 plus degrees here in the shade. What are you working on right now? Is that working? North of Pittston, where my father was from. Air Force One has landed and taken off many times. Hey, all right. Nice. So again, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you all for tuning in. East side of the airport here. We're going to hang out with all the ERJs and CRJs this afternoon. Yeah, so they this one right here, because they have taken away some of the gates, I believe. Hey, looky, what we got here? Avi Volaris. coming in from Guadalajara. Makes me wonder why this one came in over on the far right side of the airport, if they were just going to come over here to the left. Again, we got 777s coming up in just a little bit. So Michael, one of our friends that does this, they did Starlink, and it did not work at all. The upload speeds on Starlink were too slow. So that's why everybody continues to use like cell phones and stuff. That's kind of, you know, where we're at. We're using our cell phone today, and it's bottoming out all the way down to 0 at the moment. So if you encounter any interruptions, please give it a brief minute. If we continue to have serious interruptions, well, we'll see what happens. Hopefully it's not because the cell phone is overheating, because I'm trying to give you guys flight info. American Airlines 1925 coming in from Jacksonville, an A321-200. But to be fair, none of our internet is working. Like this one, our main internet, everything is having a conniption. I don't know if it's because it's, you know, well over 100-degree heat index today or what, but if you're sitting or standing in the sun and it is 100 degrees in the shade, it's well over 100. I'm kind of ready for fall. I'm not gonna lie. As much as I love summertime, this heat is quite brutal. And again, we're doing this again tomorrow. I got plenty to drink, so I am A-okay. Cold water, plenty of liquid IV. It's A321, pitching and rolling a little. So the shot of the 777 will look amazing. All right, we looked at Volaris. Again, that very old school down here. Yeah, I bring on fall. I'm over the heat. Hey. Yeah, so the discount code for you guys, for channel members, is still available. So Eddie's trying to do that. It is still available under your membership tab or members tab. Again, hopefully that looks better. I did switch from the cell phone back to our main internet. We'll see how that progresses. Again, the heat is causing all of the issues. We didn't have this many problems last year, I feel like. But this year, I don't know, maybe this year's a little bit more brutal on the heat index. Tearing up all kinds of equipment. Got one of the 777s downwind. American Airlines 9601 coming in from Madrid. He's above the clouds. I was going to try to show you guys the 777 from Madrid, but above the clouds currently. Ramona with a $50 super chat. Thank you so much, Ramona. Congratulations on reaching 13K. Let me cover parking today and some extra drinks. Thank you so much, Ramona. I greatly appreciate that. Ramona hanging out here with us. If the internet is working, Ramona, hanging out with us. By the way, go check out some of the hats. Ramona has a shirt on. She got coffee on it this morning.
Yep.
Miss Carolina has her Carolina Aviation shirt on. But this hat is available. Hats are available in different colors now from what Miss Carolina stated a minute ago. So again, if you guys are channel members, go check out the merch. Go check out Ramona's page here on YouTube as well as Instagram. Always putting out great content from her. And again, welcome to Charlotte. Thank you, everybody. Hey, Robbie, good afternoon. So again, if the internet does not work, I don't know. There is nothing else we can do right now, by the way. So Eddie, the code is under the members tab, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think a lot of folks could find the members tab because a lot of folks didn't use the code. We had a lot of folks buy some stuff a while back, but not sure a lot of folks use the code. Man, was that everybody off of this ERJ? Interesting. Not a whole lot of folks getting off of that ERJ. Again, we got Valaris over here from Guadalajara. Etihad's over there. We should see Etihad leaving in a little while, around 3 p.m., 2:30, 3 p.m. Thank you, Tristan, for coming to lurk. Hey, Eddie, send me a message on Facebook or Instagram. And then Miss Carolina will send you that over. Speaking of Instagram, you guys can find the link to our Instagram page down in the description below. You can also find the link to the merch in the description. We also have that PayPal available. If you guys don't feel like giving money away to YouTube, you guys can also donate on PayPal. We're using that one for the computer fund. Well, now that we're not using the cell phone, I need to look at something really fast. I hope I didn't mess something up earlier. I forgot to make a change. So it looks like you guys are viewing only in 1080 today. I made a change earlier to see if it would help the internet, and I forgot to change it back. So we're not streaming in 4K right now. I'll fix that back tonight, so that tomorrow we should be back in 4K. Thank you, Eddie, for sending me that message. Miss Carolina's got you. Well, Miss Carolina's got it on her computer. She'll send you the code. I feel like my YouTube is stuck. Lord Andrew, back to economy class. Thank you so much, Lord Andrew. 236 folks watching, maybe. 198 likes, getting close to 200 already. My YouTube was saying we only had 158 folks watching, and it was stuck for a long time, so I was getting a little concerned. 200 likes. Thank you so much, Lord Andrew. Lord Andrew has purchased some merch before. All right, so 777 time, right? Getting close. 777 going to be number 2 behind, let's see, American Airlines 493. This one coming in from JFK, 737 MAX 8, our first 737 of the day. Over here on the east side of the airport. All right, Eddie. Miss Carolina's working on it now. She didn't realize it was on, what you call it. All right, our 737 from JFK. Coming up. There she is. (737 MAX 8). Triple seven coming up next from Madrid. So, I know a lot of you guys skip the ads, right? So I refreshed the computer a minute ago to check to see how many folks were actually watching the show. How long ago was that? About 4 minutes ago? My one running in the background is still playing the same ad. It's like a 7-minute ad. What is going on with YouTube? YouTube, why, you know, how much of that am I going to see of this 7-minute ad that you're putting in front of my viewers? Am I going to see any money from that? Probably not. But, and now it's playing another one. It's 3 of 3, but that was like 7-minute ads. All right, we got that 777 coming. We got something. We got another surprise for you guys. I'll give it. I'll click that on after the 777. But we do have another surprise for you guys today. We just haven't implemented it yet because Miss Carolina has been so busy. American Airlines coming in from Madrid, the 737-200. Smackdown, baby. I would say that was a pretty good shot. What do you guys think of that? How about those landing gears slamming the ground for that 777-200? All right, again, I told you guys we had another little surprise for you. This will stay with Miss Carolina's vehicle, though. I won't be carrying around any extra equipment. Miss Carolina, take it away.
So I have a theory about the ads. That's what I was going to say. I have a theory about the ads. I think the more and longer you watch, it takes longer for the next ad to show up. Because I let the ads roll when I'm watching on the TV. And I think that then they show up less often. That's my theory. I don't know that it's true or not because I've never looked into it, but that is my theory. Let me know what you guys think about that is a thing for you guys. Anyone who watches? And Eddie, I am still trying to get that. I don't know what I've done.
So LTB photo, that's exactly what we were talking about a minute ago. So you guys sending out the super chats and things, and I greatly appreciate the super chats. But like I made that little comment about if you guys don't like YouTube taking your money, that is why we have the PayPal account as well. YouTube takes 30% of my earnings. Then if you guys don't know that, you do now. So YouTube, everything that you guys send, if you send me a $1.99 super chat, it takes 30% of that. You send me 99 cents, I get like what? 60 cents? Whatever that may be. Whatever 30% of you know. Anyways. So there you go. A little tidbit of information for you guys. Miss Carolina, you are still on, by the way.
Okay.
That's why I gave you $50.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that.
I'm
Yeah.
saying I gave a little more, so you still get your money.
So yeah, so anybody watching this who did not know about that, they take 30% of everything that you guys take. So, just a little FYI. Again, like I said, I love the super chats. It gives me the opportunity to highlight you guys' messages. I try to highlight messages of all kinds. I read almost all of your messages unless I'm absolutely extremely busy and turned away from the camera. 777 pushback being towed away. That one gonna go I don't know where. But hey, here we go. Here's something interesting that we don't ever get to see because we're never on the right side of any aircraft ever, no matter where we go. So there you go. We get to watch them load in the cargo. Adventures, good afternoon of rested travel. Yes, yeah. But like I said, I don't understand why it was showing me a 7-minute ad. I saw this the other day, right? Like, I don't understand. Like, who's going to watch a 7 or 8 minute ad? You know, we still get money for you guys flipping through those ads, the skippable ads, but I don't understand why they are. I don't understand. Again, today's the second day that I've noticed that. I didn't know if anybody else noticed that or not. Now we've got a nice clear view of Etihad. I assume that the Madrid 777 may make its way around here for that space in a minute, or one of the other 777s. We do have another 777 coming up in just a few minutes. All right, Eddie got the code from Miss Carolina. Yeah, right? 30 seconds of ads. But now, I do have to explain one thing to you guys. Since there are more folks watching than what we get on a normal Thursday, the ads pay for parking. So like when we're RDU on a normal basis, we pay every episode of the show. Today, same thing. We're paying again today. So that pays for the parking usually. And of course, the longer we're on the air, the more and easier it is to pay for that parking. So again, just a quick tidbit of information. Yours is muted.
I don't want to hear that.
Now you can't hear me now though. Oh, you can?
I can hear you. I can't hear.
You can't hear yourself either, can you?
I can't hear myself, but I can still hear the plane noises. It's fine.
now they're shutting that APU down.
Yeah, it was the APU that was driving me absolutely bonkers.
So
You
see, it
know,
would be that one right there.
We have a son who has echolalia, and he also cannot stop talking for his life. And I can white noise that like nobody's business. It is background noise, but
She's having
the
a fit over the
over
over the
there.
APUs.
APUs, whatever. I'm sorry, wrong word. I just struggle.
And like I said again, you guys,
I'm sure if I'm here enough, it will become white noise to me also.
guess they heard the complaints. No one's getting free ads.
CLT, the parking, I think, is $31.
$35.
$35. It went up.
$35 for parking. That's what we paid the last time we were here for the hourly parking garage. So again, now I'd like to give you guys a little bit of insight whenever we can. Like I said, every episode of the show, unless we go over to the observation deck in Raleigh or we go to the overlook here, which are very, very, very rare occurrences. There's a lot of noise that picks up, you know, a lot of people around. I don't like to be around a lot of people, and it's not because I don't like people or you guys. It's legality issues. I don't want to put people on camera and have somebody run over and be like, "What, you got my kid on camera? Get my kid off camera, I'm suing you." Whatever it may be, right? So I try to stay away from people as much as I can. So
We do like to do specific shows at those locations because they are fewer there, and it gives our viewers a chance to come and see us that are local.
like Thanksgiving.
Like Thanksgiving, we always do from the observation deck. It is a lower turnout. They still have plenty of planes, but then people can come say hi and not have to pay.
We love you guys coming and saying hi, but I just, the legal issues of somebody getting mad because their kid was accidentally
Someone who
on
doesn't
camera
know.
is, you know.
I wanna ride the train. I wanna ride the train.
Yeah, Miss Carolina wants to take the train somewhere. Maybe we need to take the train to DC.
I know.
But then we still have to rent a car and all the things.
Yeah, but I want to ride a train. I mean, the only train I've ever been on are like the trains that are just for tourists. Like, there's a couple trains in the Western North Carolina area. Those are the only trains I've been on, and they're like open air, no windows. I want to go on a real train. I mean,
You'll get used to it. Yeah, I'm used to the APU noise. She doesn't come out here as much as I do.
I don't.
And but the APU noise here is a whole lot louder
I
because
feel like
they
it's
are.
worse in person than on the TV because I can
We
hear
are
it on the TV.
right on top of them too, by the way.
See, I think it'd be really cool if we could ride the train from RDU to Charlotte, get something up here, come do a show
You
here.
can. It's the NC whatever it's called.
Exactly.
Ryan, to answer your question, yes, I like both airports the same. I do like different factors about each airport. And I explain this each time we come to Charlotte. We come to Charlotte for the movements. Obviously, we're on one runway today. Tomorrow, chances are we won't be. But we come to Charlotte for the movements. We love RDU for the variety. Because as you can see, we haven't seen anything other than American Airlines since we started
American.
this show, other than this Volaris and that one Beach C90. So I love the movements at Charlotte. I love the facilities here at Charlotte. I love the facilities at RDU. I love the movement on RDU. And I love the variety at RDU. Like I always say, every time we come down here, like I said, Charlotte is for the action, for the movement. RDU, the variety. You know, we got fans all over the place, all over the world. I wish we could see this C-17 sitting over here, but you know, fans everywhere. And I like almost all airports the same, unless there's nothing going on. A lot of folks try to get us to go to airports that aren't very busy, some that won't sustain a show because the movements aren't busy enough.
I got plans. I got plans
For live shows, but
Brian just has to let us do them.
boy, this monitor really needs a anti-reflective thing. Here's our second E175 of the day.
I can't wait for the fourth runway on the Overlook either. I actually love the Overlook in general. It is amazing. I love it. I want something similar but different for RDU. I think it is the best. Let's see, how many, I'm not used to doing this, in the moment. When I'm lurking in the background and chatting, there's like a delay, and then I have to think of a response. It's not just coming out of my mouth. I just gotta type it in, and then it's slow because I'm typing, and I'm a slow typer.
Michael. We're working on the P.O. box. I promise, Michael. I promise. We're working on it. Hopefully Monday or Tuesday.
I'm actually looking at UPS rather than USPS.
Hold on, I gotta make me some liquid IV here. You got some more water up there, Miss Caroline?
Told you.
I drank that water really fast.
I know. Oh, I found out what I forgot. Towels. $281 watching. Heck yeah.
See, mine's behind. It says 242.
That's what I just refreshed mine, and 242 is what mine says. So a little behind. Sorry about that. And 234 likes.
234 likes. Thank you guys for getting there.
I am in the wrong window first off.
I want to go down to Greenville, South Carolina. But yeah, I'm ready for the Overlook to open. Or, I mean, the fourth runway to open. Sorry, the Overlook is open. I am ready for the fourth runway to be open. That way we can get that much better of a view. All right, let's see. Who do we got coming up next? Where's our other 777? We got another 777 coming in from Dublin. American Airlines 725. That one 2 minutes out. But just in front of it, our next arrival coming in from Charlottesville. 45 minutes flight for Piedmont Airlines, an ERJ 145LR. Going to be our next arrival here.
Stuffed squash. I mean, we're pretty partial. We like RDU. They are smaller. They're not a hub, and so it is smaller, but they do get a lot more variety. You should definitely check out some of our previous lives and watch out for some future
Or upcoming
endeavors.
shows. So this one here coming in from Charlottesville. I can't tell if that 777 is number 2 for arrival, if that other one's going to center. No, it does look like our next arrival will be American 1897. Guess from where? Home base. RDU.
So
26 minutes of flight time for this one. This is 737-800. Also, this one at 25 years of age, delivered back in January of 2001.
So that makes me think, how old, what's the average lifespan of an airplane? Anyone know? I'm going to Google it, but anyone know?
About
The
30 years, 30 to 35 years for commercial work. They can go beyond that as far as like if they're doing work. So the 737 from Raleigh up next, our second RDU flight of the day. One A321 departure, and now this one, the 737 arrival. Got a little exec jet hanging out, getting ready to pass in front of the Sullenberger Museum over here.
Hello, boat nerd.
We saw this one land earlier in the show. Those planes, those static planes in the background there, that's part of the Sullenberger Museum.
Shannon, I would love to just go tour all the airports in the Carolinas. That's actually my goal. I bought a poster today just so I could tick them off my box.
All right, here comes that 737 from home base. Short 26-minute flight.
LTV photo, that is some good information. Yeah, so commercial versus private tend to be very different. Got it. I am definitely learning aviation.
Etihad looking like they might be getting ready to go before too long. We do have the American 777 from Dublin up next. This one, American Airlines 725. 7 hours, 47 minutes of flight time for this 777-200ER. This aircraft, 27 years of age, delivered back in February of 1999. So we got an old bird coming in here. Hopefully, we'll get this one a nice hard touchdown there once again.
ERJ. That's a really skinny one, right?
Thank you so much, Ryan, for the kind words. Glad I can bring you guys all of the planes and be out here doing this for you guys. Again, if you guys are just tuning in, the internet has been spotty all afternoon. So be patient. We've been having issues with internet this afternoon across all of our services. So not just our main internet like we thought. I think it's just the heat really messing with the internet this year. Last year we did not have this big of a problem. But summertime really messes with stuff.
I'm not gonna lie. I think ERJs are fine, but I'm really here for the liveries, my friend. The liveries. And yes, Frontier is my favorite because they have the cute animals. I won't lie. Ben, you are being so great. You are explaining to me.
Etihad should be getting ready to go. What time is it? 2:30? Almost 3 o'clock. Etihad should be ready to go.
At 242 likes. Thank you guys.
$278 folks watching. All right, what do we got coming up next? We've got one coming in from Quebec. 2 hours, 19 minutes. This is going to be a CRJ 900LR. This is going to be PSA Airlines. Coming in from Quebec, Canada. It is. Taking them wild ride around.
Look at that.
A wild ride around. None of them are really direct this afternoon either. Oh yeah, that's a good one. Nice. Yeah, there's a whole lot more traffic over on the other two runways, by the way. But I figured since we haven't been here and on the east side, but what? We've only done the east side of Charlotte one time, haven't we? In the many years that we've been doing this. It is brutal out here. Thermometer's cracking 100 degrees right now in the shade. You're back, by the way. Your host actually used some sunscreen today on his legs.
He never uses sunscreen.
I'm afraid that my legs are going to burn, and that is not going to be good for me. Etihad, beacons on for the Dreamliner. Now we will not see the departure, sorry. Due to the fact that it'll go around and leave from center more than likely. Which baffles me. I don't know why it does that. I guess it doesn't baffle me. It just seems like they get more out of center. This side's not busy right now, so maybe they'll surprise us. Etihad, ready for push. All right, once again, guys, if you haven't yet smashed the like button, please do so. Let's get our like goals completed. By the way, if you guys weren't here earlier in the day, Ramona and myself went over to the Sullenberger Museum, and I picked up a little Lufty. Thank you to David over there for the conversation and hanging out with us while we were deciding on what models we wanted. Tons of models over there at the Sullenberger Museum. Can't wait to get home to put it together. I almost put it together in the car and show you guys, but
nope.
I don't want to break it before I get it home.
That was my thought.
All right, Etihad. Beautiful Dreamliner on the push. Love this livery. Can you hear me now? Good.
Stop that.
Like the old Verizon wireless commercials. Can you hear me now?
If you don't
Good.
have specific ads that pop in your mouth when one word is said, I don't know what to tell you. Clearly did not watch ads.
Again, later on this afternoon, we should have the Lufthansa A350 arriving in about an hour or so, hour and a half. Aztec with a $20 super chat says, my feed is suddenly exploding with airport live feeds. Y'all landed today. Being disabled, these feeds are a great way to re-experience the hobby. I loved it so much. Well, thank you so much, Aztec. Greatly appreciate that. That is one thing that we do really enjoy about doing this for folks who aren't able to come out to the airport anymore, or don't have time to come and hang out at the airports. Gladly love doing this.
Aztec, we're just
So much
appreciating
fun.
that you chose us today. We're pretty local, little small.
We have seen 757s. Delta used to send us one to RDU. Right now, working RDU is the UPS 757. There's two of those working our neck of the woods. I don't think that Charlotte gets any 757s. At least I don't think I've ever seen one here. I hope to be seeing some A380s really, really soon. Like, really soon. Really, really,
Oh my gosh,
really soon.
you are. We're hoping.
What I wouldn't give to see the Etihad A380. Now, this shot right here is absolutely perfect. This might actually be the thumbnail for today's broadcast. This beautiful Etihad with the Charlotte skyline in the background. That right there might just be our thumbnail for the day. And again, I apologize. We are not in 4K today. I forgot to change. If you weren't here for the beginning of the show, we were having some problems when we got here. We've been having problems for the last few weeks with the internet and stuff. So we were trying a whole bunch of different things, turning down the quality, whatever it could take to try to get this to work itself out. Unfortunately, that is not the issue, as you guys can tell, because we are only in 1080 and the internet is still kind of giving us an issue. So tomorrow, hopefully I'll remember, I need to make a note now or an alarm or something for after we end the show to set our rendering back up to 4K. So again, we're not in 4K today. Same here, Legendary. I love the background, or the skyline is the background. Unfortunately, like I said, 9 times out of 10 when we're here, we're on the other, 99.9% of the time, we're over on the other side, the west side of the airport. It's much, much busier given the 2 runways over there. It seems like everything lands and departs on the west side. As you guys can see, the east side is a lot slower than the west.
Like to change it up every now and then, though.
This is only the second time in show history that we've ever done a show from this side of CLT. That's why I said 99.8 of the time we're over on the other side.
I am going to throw up a couple of our links. I haven't done that in a while. So they're going to come from the Carolina, the Busy Bee Sisters, the PayPal. What am I missing?
The link to the Instagram.
Instagram, thank you.
So Miss Carolina going to throw up all of the links that you guys might want to go check out. Check out our merch over there at the Busy Bee Sister Store, as well as our PayPal. Again, we talked about the PayPal and how YouTube takes about 30% of what you guys send us. We talked about that earlier in the show. Next arrival coming in from Charleston, American Airlines 3170. This one is 737-800. We've got that 777 coming up in just a few minutes. He's going to float that one on in. Back to Etihad. Etihad ready to pull out. Been disconnected from the pushback tow.
Brian, you got a compliment.
I see it. It's all that beard. By the way, if you guys didn't notice, I did remove the big wind dead cat from my microphone. Hopefully I won't regret that decision. But
I don't think so far it's been bad.
no, I haven't heard any wind noise in it. All right, Etihad on the move. Let's get a nice close-up roll by of the 787 Dreamliner, shall we? I hear a little bit of that wind in the background. I had my mic muted. I don't know if you guys heard it or not, but I think the noise suppression provided by the might cut it. Yeah, you have to start it. Leave it in electric mode, and the AC will run on its own. Make sure you put your foot on the brake, do the normal thing. Make sure the lights are off. This Carolina going to fire up the air conditioner in the car here. Try to stay cool. Is that our next one? Oh, that's coming in at 5:14. So we've got a One World American coming in from Rome at 5:15 later this afternoon. Coming up in just a few minutes, though, we have another 777. Right now, we've got one coming in from Georgetown. That is PSA 5595 CRJ 900 LR. Looks like the 777 is going to be number 4 in line. So we'll snag that one in just a few minutes as we turn to the PSA arrival from Georgetown. Again, don't forget we got Volaris here from Guadalajara. We'll see that one later this afternoon. Pushback. Again, Etihad headed over to the west side of the airport. Yeah, we were looking at the weather a little while ago. Looks like some light storms, some smaller storms coming through. Western North Carolina. Hopefully we won't have any issues with said storms. Again, thank you guys for subscribing to the channel. 13,018, so that means we're 20 deep already. Almost 20, almost 30 deep already. All right, next arrival is going to be another Piedmont Airlines. This one's going to be an ERJ 145. This one coming up from Jacksonville. 42 minutes of flight time coming up from Jacksonville, North Carolina. Eastern North Carolina. Got one touching down right now. You'll see that one in passing there. Missed out on that one. We've got an American 737 back here. Speaking of ERJs, got one headed to the gate now. Got one up for departure. There's that 737. You really can't hear anything other than the APUs today. Even I can't hear that one departing. Maybe a little bit. Boy, that was bouncy out of the nose. Did you see that? There must be a pretty big bump right there in the middle of the runway of 18 left. So once again, good afternoon, everybody. 3 o'clock, 3:09 here. Hope everybody is enjoying today's episode of the show. Again, we're back here tomorrow at... Well, we've got a start time of 9 a.m. Tomorrow's show will not be as long because we've got to get home and get the kiddos ready for school on Monday. But the little doubleheader this weekend. Here comes that ERJ from Jacksonville. Next up, that 777. Let's get some flight info on that triple. Find out where they're coming in from. They are coming in hot. All right, let's see. American 733. This one coming in from London. 8 hours of flight time for the 777-200ER. This one here, also 27 years of age. This one delivered back in June of 1999. 27-year-old 777. Let's see if we can go 3 for 3 here and get that gear touchdown, shall we? Our second one of the day from London. Had the 777-300 from London right before we started the show here. Unfortunately, I really wanted to get that for you guys. I did record a clip of that 777-300 from London. All right, this one that we're looking at right here, this 737. Off to Philadelphia, American 2573. This aircraft, 9 years of age, delivered back in October of 2016. So this one will be 10 years old come October. another arrival. I don't have time to give you info, do I? Maybe. Next arrival coming in from Newark, New Jersey. American Airlines 1697. This aircraft is 737. 16 years of age as well. December. For the 73 from Philadelphia. $276 likes. Thank you, everybody. If you would continue to smash the like button again, you will encounter a little bit of lag here. The day has been quite difficult. We delayed the start of the show by almost an hour and a half due to internet issues. Apparently, internet across the board giving us problems today. So things are going to calm down a little bit here for arrivals for us on this side. So maybe we'll get some departures. Next 777 arrival coming up in just 24 minutes. American Airlines 749 coming in from Madrid. 777-200. Again, tomorrow we'll probably be back in our normal location. All right, so we're trying to figure out what's going on here. Anyway, Miss Carolina and I are over here having a... You guys would not believe what goes into doing these shows. My gosh. It takes a lot. I'm hoping that later this evening...
Miles, I love the new emoji too.
Oh, by the way, we all forgot to give off the Etihad emoji. Let's see the Etihad emoji for all you guys, all you channel members. But the Etihad's already gone. I don't know if it's gone yet, but it's probably lined up.
And Scott.
A huge shout out to Scott, by the way.
The emojis.
But I forgot about the Etihad emoji when it was on the move.
Look at us forgetting everything.
It's been a rough day.
Hey, we're here. That's more.
Boy, those are some pretty significant
Oh.
storms off to the north.
Spam the chat with the Etihad.
Look at these storm clouds building to the north of the airport. Quite significant right there, those storm clouds. Digitally blurring it for the identity of Valaris.
Which one am I?
This one.
Orange. I'm orange.
Ah, stop touching.
But you can hear me when I'm off, right?
Yes.
Can you feel this at all?
Oh, barely. Did you put the AC on low? I mean, it's hot by the time it gets here, but yeah. As long as you're cool, I don't care. I'm out here in the heat. It's okay. Adventures, thank you so much. We understand weekend errands. See, that's what I was talking about right there, that noise. That's the wind coming off that fan. That's why I have such a big
It's okay.
dead cat on mine usually.
Well, it wasn't a problem until I
Yeah.
turned up the fan.
Thank you so much, Adventures. Greatly appreciate you hanging out with us this afternoon. Again, going to slow down a little bit here on this side, but later on, things are going to pick
Stop.
back up. The entire airport actually is going to slow down. Hopefully we don't have any issues with these storms off to the north. As you guys can see, those clouds building quite significantly to the north. Those storms are not headed this way, but they are directly in the flight path. Again, we have that 777 coming up from Madrid in 19 minutes. It went from 21 to 19. Planes do look like they are trying to avoid said storms off to the north, which means I'm going to pull up my weather radar and take a quick look. 36% rain at 5 p.m. No big deal. Sunset 8:19 this afternoon. Let's check out that radar. Yeah, some storms off to the north. Salisbury's getting some rain. Everything is north of I-40 at the moment, so a good ways past. A lot of big storms up there around Martinsville and the North Carolina-Virginia border. So we're under no threat at the moment. But you can see those storm clouds to the north building. 8 lights away from 300. Valaris still getting their service. We've got a bunch of CRJs and ERJs down here in below us, even over here. So again, continue to smash the like button. Go check out the links in the description below. The link for our merch, the PayPal, as well as our social media. You're still muted. See, you can hear me now. Oh yeah, because I'm open mic. All right. I feel better now. You're still muted. Miss Carolina over here having a snack. And again, a huge thank you to everybody. We did roll over 13,000 subscribers today.
We are 3 away from 300, which is halfway to the goal. Can we get there? Can we get to the goal of 600?
So normally Mattman sets our goals, by the way, for subscribers. But Mattman hasn't been here to set a subscriber goal in a while.
Man, he's just been busy.
So what do you think? Where do you think we'll be at Halloween? How many subscribers do you think we'll have by Halloween? That's what, 3 months away? I think we'll be at least 13.5.
3 months away? September, October?
Well, a month, 2.5 months, because we're almost halfway through August. You got to count all of August.
I'm not. Yeah, August.
September,
September
October.
8th, October 8th, which is 2 and like some change. 300 likes.
Sweet action. 300 likes.
I'm not gonna lie. We like to debate everything.
Yeah. So as of right now, looking at flight radar, there's not a whole lot on either of the runways.
Let's see. We have 200 plus people watching.
Also, by the way, this is the other reason why I typically stay away from this side. It's because it gets kind of slow.
I think we should play a game. Who's up for a game? I don't know what the game will be.
Oh, I
yet.
wish we could get to 15K by Halloween. If we could get 1,000 subscribers a month, holy crap, that would be awesome. It's taken us, what, 3 months to get 1,000? There you go, that's reasonable, 13.7. So we'll see where we can get to by then.
I think with some of our surprises coming up, we'll hit 15 by Halloween. I also do not track how fast we get subscribers, so.
I'm a skeptic, so, you know.
I just got an ad for Charlotte Douglas Airport International.
Hey, there we go. Maybe Charlotte's watching the show. Anybody from the airport watching the show today?
Airport parking.
Oh, you know why? That's because you were Googling airport parking this morning.
I just got the ad. Sometimes it's interesting to see which ads you get.
Oh, they're cooking again. Me and Ramona were talking about it before we started the show. We're like, man, does it smell like steak out here or what? There's a restaurant inside cooking up some steak, it smells like. Steak sounds absolutely amazing. But you guys know what it means when we come to Charlotte. Well, I don't know. We might try something different tonight.
We are going to try something different tonight.
You know
and
what?
Something cheap.
Is there any French food around here?
French?
No, why not? You know me, I'm all about different.
He is a closet foodie.
Maybe that's what we should start a channel
I'm not
about.
starting another channel.
Is about food. Although I refuse to eat on camera. Don't care if it is a food channel or not. I don't think I could do it.
Anyone from the area have recommendations again? That's where we got our last recommendation. Someone recommended that place.
Was it? I thought it
Yeah.
was something that we just found.
It was recommended. And then I looked into it. And then I was like, this does look delicious.
Nice. Ads would really be weird. Eddie. Right? All right. The Madrid 777 now 10 minutes out. Etihad still has yet to leave. No, they did. They left. Etihad flying out to Abu Dhabi. 13 hours and 4 minutes of flight time for that 787 Dreamliner that departing 7 minutes ago. That Dreamliner, 1 year of age as of last month, delivered back in July of 2025.
LTB photo. I would just like to say there is one near RDU that me and Brian are dying to go to. It's a barbecue joint, right?
Yep. And hopefully we get to visit that place before or around fall, hopefully. I don't want to go eat barbecue outside when it's 100 plus degrees. From what I understand, they have a pretty good bar selection as well.
See? Yep, it's John Stranger. That's exactly it.
Yep, that's one of the places we want to go. We've been talking about it for the last 2 years, and we have yet to make that happen.
In fact, what's funny is we have friends that know Brian likes airplanes and all the things, and they've been there and be like, oh my gosh, have you guys been? I bet you've been. Isn't it so good? And I'm like, we haven't been yet.
We have yet to make that journey.
We need command strips.
Look. Look. I need to make it where it won't. It needs a suction cup is what it needs.
Brian wants to like gut my car and build a new one.
Not your car.
Okay, a van.
Would love to have a van and make a nice show rig out of it.
Okay,
Carolina,
let's play.
make it Carolina Command Center. I need another one of those. Did you grab more than one?
There's only 2. They were both back here.
Well, I only have one at the moment. You know, I am really surprised at how slow it is right now. We don't normally... Well, I guess we did. We did the last time we were here. We had a pretty long, slow period. That 777's not number 1, but it is number 2. Coming up, though, we have... an envoy coming in from Martha's Vineyard. An hour and 46 minutes of flight time.
Eddie, let me double check.
This one here, 1 year of age for the E175LR. Now, see, that's an umbrella. Is that one of them golf umbrellas? Is that a golf umbrella? That's way bigger than all the umbrellas I have. That's what I need. But my goodness, it's hot, though. You feel the heat off of it.
On the Amazon wish list, I have a heat repelling umbrella. Like the inside is that like to keep the heat off.
Yeah, it's got the silver lining on the outside. So Envoy 3893 coming up next. Again, coming in from Martha's Vineyard.
Eddie, yours did go through. I'm super happy to say I got it all on my end.
That's kind of what I figured, Tristan, was the storms up north and in Tennessee giving us a little bit of an issue here, keeping things a little on the slow side this afternoon. Genius. No, put that back down. So now it's blowing that right into the back of this one and blowing it right out here to me. There we go. We got us a chain of fans blowing here.
Mr. Carolina is hot.
It is.
We turned our EV on to get the AC running.
Scorcher.
It is hot.
There's our E175 from Martha's Vineyard, the 1 year old E175. Looks like fueling continuing here for Volaris. Getting Volaris ready to go back to Guadalajara. The 777 from Madrid. Now going to be number 2. Because looks like PSA from Melbourne is going to cut in front of it. An hour and 13 minutes from Melbourne. This one here, 10 years of age, delivered back in June of 2016. That's the CRJ 900LR. And then we'll have our 777. How old is this 777? Is it 27 years of age again? Let's see. Nope, 26 years of age. This one delivered back in 2000, February of 2000. So we'll see that 777 in just a minute. We'll see that CRJ here in a second. You can barely see that CRJ off in the distance. Tiny little speck. Like I said, there's not a whole lot of traffic coming in at the moment. Like I said, everything right now. Got those storms off to the north, so everybody's trying to avoid those. Etihad's high enough above them that it's not going to affect Etihad. But the one plus about being on the east side today is the fact that we get all of the heavies. Oh, I need one more of these fans right here and put it right here to pull all of the air conditioning that's blowing behind the battery out. Still got the cargo doors open on Valaris. Looks like we've got an ERJ sitting over here getting ready for departure. Right there, that one hanging out. Things should look a lot better as the afternoon continues and the sun sets further behind us to the west. We'll have all of the light over here, which is exactly what we were hoping for this afternoon. On into the evening. We started the show a little late. We'll probably end around 8 o'clock tonight. The shade is finally doing exactly what I wanted it to do. Not entirely out in the sun, or I won't be. In just a little bit. Everybody floating them in this afternoon. Have you ever seen so many CRJs, ERJs in one place? Me either. All right, the American 777 from Madrid. Look at this. I'm actually going to go ahead and zoom out to that 777. Sure. Yeah, Patrick, that loud, high-pitched hum you're hearing is all the APUs from all of these ERJ, CRJs. All right, here we go. 777 time. Enjoy. All right, so talking about all the APUs and all the noise, this is how close we are to all of these ERJs, CRJs. That is why there is so much noise. There is still one directly below us. There was one parked right here earlier. That one is now gone, but you can see how close we are, and our microphone is right there. So that's why you guys are hearing so much of that. I don't know if I moved that mic back, if it would make a difference or not. But I can't even, because of all of this, I can't hear any of the traffic going by. Like any of the planes departing. So we're not doing any kind of crank it up moments today or anything like that. Can't hear it anyway. Yeah, talking about the heat, the humidity's come down, 60% humidity. We're still sitting right at 99 degrees, according to the little thermometer hanging out here beside me. Miss Caroline is living her best life. Got the air conditioner in the car and the fans. Just living her best afternoon. All thanks to who? Me. My ideas come to life to keep her cool.
I would just like to say, I would totally be sitting in a regular chair, like a camping chair.
Fix it. There you go.
Sorry. In a camping chair with an umbrella, just fine with the wind blowing.
But see, Miss Carolina's pampered because of my ideas.
I feel like the wind would be fine in an umbrella. The umbrella is key.
All right. The American A321. Again, if you guys are just joining us, that is the Sullenberger Museum over there. We made our way over there this morning. I didn't think I was going to buy a model today, but I did. Your host buying a Lufthansa A380 1 in 130 scale model. They had the Pan Am 747. They also had the Eastern Airlines 727, I think.
Any local watchers,
We have-
if you want a model, you might want to go down there and look.
They got the UPS 747, the Delta 747.
They had the 250. That's the one I wanted him to buy.
Yeah, the Dreamliner, the American 250. It was not set to any one airline, so it was just a special one that they had made.
Still think it's beautiful. See, the wind and an umbrella. I'm telling you, the wind blowing and an umbrella, they're key. And you can be outside in the heat as long as there's wind and you have an umbrella. Just saying. Eddie, I work hard to keep him happy too. I'm here.
That is true. So again, you may encounter internet issues, I assume due to the heat. We've done everything that we know to do with the internet. Again, we'll be making a phone call to them in coming days to see if we can't maximize this a little bit better.
It used to be perfect.
Yeah, it was. We were able to run really high quality shows, but here lately, the internet giving us trouble.
323 likes.
Continue to smash the like button if you guys haven't. Let's see, do we have another arrival? We do. We've got one more coming in here. Looks like another ERJ, CRJ. This one coming back from Greensboro, Piedmont Airlines, 17 minutes of flight time. Now that's, I wonder how expensive that ticket is. Right there. Greensboro to Charlotte, 17 minutes. That is not even 3 minutes out. This ERJ 145. Looking at 21 years of age, delivered back in March 2005. So we saw one leave to Greensboro. This might be the same one. I would assume it is. Earlier on in the show. Got an A319 making its way over here, along with an A321 getting ready for departure.
It is a two-way street, Eddie. That's what marriage is about. Partnerships in compromise.
But if somebody had a light to shine today and they were on the left side of the aircraft, we would definitely be able to snag your shine the light. It's A321. Let's find out where that's headed and how old this bird is. Holy cow! Our first arrival that is not American Airlines so far today. Coming up in just a minute, Endeavor 4970 coming in from LaGuardia. Our first non-American arrival. Got JetBlue, and this is so the other reason why we go to the other side is because that's where you see United, JetBlue, Southwest, all of the other airlines. This one here, American Airlines 1611, off to the House of Mouse, October of 2014. This A321 delivered, headed down to Orlando.
Where are they going?
Got a CRJ over there. We've got this A319 getting ready for departure. The A319, let's see, where are you off to? This one off to Destin, Fort Walter. Walton Beach. I didn't know if you clicked on it, it would take you to the airport. That's cool. Makes you leave the plane. The CRJ just in front of it headed off to Charleston, South Carolina. That's PSA. Blue Streak 5222. Our first non-American arrival of the afternoon on the show.
Thank you, me, for my gifted membership to Tristan. You're welcome.
Ooh, gonna float a little. There they go, touching down now. There's our CRJ off to Charleston. Gonna be our next departure. Miss Carolina gifting out Carolina Aviation membership. Why? Ugh.
She's not coming here. She's been like waiting.
Well, we got bad news. Our Lufthansa A350 from Munich looks like it is being diverted to Boston Logan. Why? No clue. Maybe some sort of medical emergency, or maybe they have something else going on. But
Doesn't it have to get here eventually anyway?
Yeah, but who knows when it'll be here? It could be
Tomorrow?
midnight before it gets here. We'll keep an eye on it, but it does look like that it should. I don't know why it's diverting there. It was supposed to arrive around 4 p.m. here. What time is it? 3:30?
It said scheduled arrival at 4:45. Yeah. You never know. Maybe it'll be a quick turnaround. It probably won't, but we can hope.
Interesting. It is going right into Boston Logan. Got some more 777s coming up. Got another one entering North Carolina now, coming in from Athens, Greece, American 325. That one will be here in about 40 minutes or so. Looks like it's about over Raleigh. Getting ready to fly over our home base of RDU. Things picking back up here in just a minute. Looks like our next arrival is going to be American at 2575 coming in from Harrisburg. This one here about 6 minutes out.
Tristan, you're welcome, but it is completely random. I gift one, and it is. I don't know how. YouTube does just randomly gift them out. So you are very lucky. You come in, and boom.
So you guys can see the Sullenberger Museum over there. We've got down uptown Charlotte. Got another A319 headed this way. Jason Roberts, good afternoon again. Good afternoon, everybody. Continue to smash the like button if you guys haven't. Very hot day in Charlotte. Our little thermometer here flirting with 100 degrees. And about 60% humidity. We've dropped about 8% in the humidity range. Again, if you guys are hearing the hum of APUs, well,
Martin Bragg, welcome in.
that would be why. Miss Carolina on the radio today, by the way, on the headset. We made a little purchase earlier this week for our journeys together.
Jason Roberts, also welcome in. Welcome in. Make sure if you are members that you use your emojis, whether we see the plane or not. Let us know your favorite.
Yeah, we've got some heat waves as well, by the way. Again, like I said, it's, what, 90 degrees? What is that? 32 degrees centigrade? Something like that? 30... No, I think it's warmer than that in Celsius.
So I got a game.
Very hot afternoon.
How many planes can you see in one shot? One.
Count quickly. So again, if you were gifted a membership or you do have a membership, remember you have the opportunity to use the emojis. $337 likes. Keep those coming. So again, a good afternoon. Welcome to Charlotte, everybody. I am your host, Brian. And a good afternoon to everybody. A little bit different here if you're not familiar with our Charlotte shows. We are on the far east side this afternoon to give you guys all the heavy action that we don't normally get to experience when we're on the west side of the airport. Tomorrow, I don't know where we're going to be tomorrow.
I think we got up to 11 planes in one shot. Oh, I didn't see any of the ones in the far back corner. I don't know how many we saw. Dang. But that was a lot of planes in one shot. That's why we come to Charlotte.
All right, that A319 just departed. I can't click on it. Off to Norfolk. American Airlines 2239, that A319, 23 years of age, delivered back in June of 2003. Next departure of the CRJ off to Fayetteville. That is Piedmont, it's an ERJ, excuse me, off to Fayetteville, North Carolina. Up next, the 737. Getting ready to slide out here to the runway. American Airlines 2338. This one off to Providence, Rhode Island. 737-800. That one there, 16 years of age. Delivered back in January of 2010.
I'm not gonna lie, it's toasty and warm, and I could just fall asleep right here. Look at those wingsmen.
It didn't pop. It didn't. Getting this 7-3 off to Providence, Rhode Island. Got an A321 getting ready to join the party. And there's another A319 up there as well. So we're going to get some departures here. Looks like a couple of CRJs maybe. Just one. The other two are headed over to the west side of the airport for departure. 737 spending a lot of time here.
$347 likes. We are close to 350. Can we get there in the next minute?
Finally, that one getting out of here. Next arrival, American 2575 coming in from Harrisburg. An hour and 2 minutes of flight time. This 737-800 is 15 years of age. Delivered back in August of 2010. Oh, there it is. They're hard to see, that's for sure.
We're over 350. Thank you guys.
Next arrival coming in from Nassau. 737 MAX 8, 1 hour 43 minutes of flight time. That one's going to arrive in just a minute. That's American Airlines 859. 3 years of age for that one, delivered back in May of 2003. We're going to have a move. No movement out of the one sitting here on the taxiway. That one headed off to Albany, New York. American Airlines 1352. That plane 16 years of age, delivered back in March of 2010. The A321 right behind it. It's off to Richmond. American Airlines 1757. That A321, 24 years of age, January 2002. So our next arrival's not for a few minutes, so I don't know why this one's just hanging out and waiting. The noise canceling for the headphones don't even work because of the how noisy it is out here. Like I have, for us, I have the ambient sound turned off, and I still hear all the ambient sound. So that's gonna wait a few more minutes. Or we're gonna wait a minute or two here for this next arrival, another 30 seconds or so.
The chat be slow today.
Where did he go? Yeah, come this way. There's that 7-3. Max 8. Gonna float on in there. Now for the departure. Hurry and close the door. Yeah, the weather's not too bad out here. Really, really hot. American Airlines 3179 is returning. Thank you, Nancy. By the way, talking about all the things not working, we had I was trying to run ATC this afternoon too, like we normally do. I think something's severely wrong with ATC Live. It doesn't pick up RDU anymore, and it didn't sound like it wanted to work here either. All right, so this A321 sitting on the runway. We've got one coming in, maybe hot on its heels here. The next one coming in from Punta Cana, American Airlines 2790. 2 hours, 51 minutes of flight time for an A321, 10 years of age. Up next, as this A321 gets a move on. Bit wobbly for the A321 coming in. Have fun with that. Good luck. 367 likes. Thank you guys. Cole Malone. Thank you. It is quite nice. Again, temperature hovering right at 100 degrees here in the shade. Next arrival coming up in just a few minutes. American Airlines 1877 coming in from Providence, Rhode Island. An hour and 50 minutes of flight time for the A320-200. So thank you guys. Make sure you all smash the like button as well as subscribe if you guys haven't. We did reach 13,000 subscribers today, so thank you all for getting us there. Like I said, this is a little bit something different for you guys. 99.8% of the time we are on the west side of the airport, bringing you these broadcasts. Today a little bit different, trying to diversify a little bit for Charlotte. But now at least you guys have a pretty good idea of our intentions when we're over on the other side. The other side with both runways, they really, when they're coming in from the north, they really use that far right runway like crazy. It's insane how much they run that left, or right, excuse me. Left is a lot slower, but left gets all the heavy action, which is interesting to me. Which I get it all. Most of the international action happening from the east side. Let's go down here. Little old school action happening down here. Folks boarding this ERJ, or are they coming off the ERJ? Looks like they're coming off the ERJ. There's no gate right there. All right, up for our arrival from Punta Cana, the American Airlines 1877 coming in from Providence, Rhode Island. 23 years of age, January 2003. The majority of all the aircraft we've seen today have been in their 20s. Only seen a couple new ones. We haven't even seen any Frontier. The only other plane that we have seen that has not been American Airlines today has been that one Delta CRJ. And Etihad, of course, Volaris. But as far as actual arrivals for us goes, that Delta CRJ. Speaking of Volaris, there they are. Hopefully should push back here before too long, headed back to Guadalajara. That A321. Try to get some info on that aircraft, the age. So it looks like the construction has taken out some of the gates down here below us. So that's the reasoning for them having to do it this way. They have a little makeshift tent tunnel. I'm sure it is blazing hot in there if there's no kind of air conditioning. I'm sure there's some ventilation in there, but I can only imagine how horrible that must be in there. So another A319. There's an exec jet coming from the exec side. See that one that leave here shortly. What do we got coming? Is this an exec jet? Oh wait, we got something other than American. This is GoJet coming in from Washington Dulles, a Mitsubishi CRJ 550. This aircraft is 21 years of age, delivered back in 2005, but it is a United Express CRJ 550, our second non-American aircraft of the day. If you guys would like to play our game that we like to play here in Charlotte, spam the chat with that United emoji. Any American heavy, you can spam the chat with those emojis, the American tail. Anything other than American, you can spam the chat with the emojis. That is one of our favorite games to play here in Charlotte. Hopefully later in the afternoon we'll see some Frontier Airlines. Maybe even some JetBlue. Since JetBlue taken over for Spirit Airlines. Spirit Airlines, obviously we all know what happened to Spirit. Spirit had a pretty big presence here in Charlotte, and now nothing left of them. But JetBlue making their return back to Charlotte. Little exec jet ready for departure here. Man, I kind of wish it would rain just to cool this parking garage down. I need to bring my my laser gun out here. My laser thermometer. I want to know how hot this concrete is. That exec jet getting an early rotation. Let's see if we can pick it up on the other side there. So again, if you guys are wondering why we don't follow the departures, I'll show you. That's why we only see so much of the little bit of the runway that we do see when we're on the east side. There we go. Volaris back to Guadalajara, that A321. Kind of missed the banana. I missed the birthday cake delivery too for Spirit Airlines. Hopefully one of these days somebody will come back with a nice radical livery. I am kind of sad that Lufthansa, by the way, if you missed that announcement, Lufty landing in Boston. Unfortunately. Landing at Boston, Logan. They are on the ground in Boston. However, they do appear to be on the runway. I am so confused right now. If you go on there and look at the A350 that's due for here, they never went to a gate. I don't understand what the deal is with Lufthansa, the A350. It looks like it's on the tarmac. On 15 right there in Boston, Logan. Looks like they did some weird loops to get on the tarmac. I don't know. Anybody have any ideas on what the deal is with that one there in Boston? Interesting. They've made some weird flight paths too, if you check that out. 2 hours, 6 minutes for another American London flight. We have a 777 coming up in just a few minutes. It's going to be number 2 probably, because we got one at American Airlines coming in from Montego Bay, an A321. No, don't tell me you're about to go center. Be our luck. We'd have at least one of our 777s go center. That one not arriving for a little bit here. Let's get back to Volaris. That A321. Again, that one going to Guadalajara. Rich, good afternoon. That would be kind of interesting to go to an airport with an unpaved runway. American 737 on the move. Not a MAX, but an 800. Got an A321 coming around here. I'm not sure if that's up for departure. We can find out a little later on. As they swing around here, a couple of ERJs out. Let's find out where this one is headed. American 1744 off to Portland, Maine. Speaking of JetBlue, 1148 off to Fort Lauderdale, taking off center. It's always hard to tell which runway they're going to use. Tim Arnold. So there's 3 runways here at Charlotte. Soon to be 4 within the next year or so. We are on the east side of the airport, so we are looking at 18 left today. Tomorrow we'll probably be back on the west side like our normal shows. That way you get center and right. Be a lot more action over there on the other side. But I figured we've only done this side one time ever in the history of this show, so I figured today was the day to bring back the east side of the airport. Again, you get all the heavies over here on this side. Over there, it's rare to grab any of the heavies arrivals, but over here you definitely snag the heavies. Doing all right, Tim. Doing all right. And I honestly cannot wait for that 4th parallel runway to open. Looking at it, looks like that 777 is going to make its way to this side, which is par for the course. 777 typically making its way to this side. The humidity continues to drop. The temperature, again, is stuck around 99 degrees. Right, up for our arrival from Montego Bay, American Airlines 863. It's A321 delivered back in November of 2012. 13 years of age for this A321. 777 again up next after our Montego Bay arrival. Let's head to that A321. A nice smooth arrival for that A321. All right, moving on now, coming in from Athens, Greece. American Airlines 325, 10 hours, 47 minutes of flight time. This 777 arriving in 1 minute. 777-200ER is 27 years of age. Another one delivered in 1999. How many is that? 3 today? 3 out of the 777s that we've seen today, delivered back in 1999. Yeah, so tomorrow's location is a lot better, but to be fair, we have noticed that throughout the weekends are the slowest time. We've been here on a Friday, and it just was so busy I could barely keep up. But Saturday and Sundays, par for the course. Saturday is generally slow for everybody, for all airports across the board. But hopefully tomorrow things will pick up. We will not see, if we are back on the west side of the airport, we won't see too many heavies tomorrow. So today is all about the heavy action as we get our 777 arrival from Athens. 10 hours, 50 minutes of flight time for this one. That's the 27-year-old. Got a little wind to contend with here. That's the only one that's disappointed us this afternoon so far. Dang, Valaris done took off and went around the corner, and I didn't even see it go. Dang, Valaris, thanks for ditching me. Valaris done ghosted us. Poof, they were gone. Yes, arriving at 6:04. Yeah, so let's see. Did it take off again? Like, what is the deal with Lufty? Did it leave Boston Logan yet? Flight radar shows it sitting out in the middle of the runway. Sitting at the end of 15 right. But if you look at that, I don't know. I don't understand. Anyway, maybe I'm not meant to understand. But 6:04 p.m., we should still be here for that arrival. We've also got American One World coming up in about an hour and 15 minutes here, coming in from Rome. American Airlines 721. That 777. Later this evening, we've got another one from London, 2 hours. That will be the final heavy of the day, it looks like. I don't know how many heavies will make their way over here for departure. I don't remember. We do have another arrival coming up. This one coming in from DCA, American Airlines 2040. An A320, 26 years of age. This one delivered back in August of 2000. So the age is I'm saying the average age is at least 20 years old that we've seen so far this afternoon. American Airlines don't seem to have too many new aircraft, do they? There is that arrival. Couple of 737s getting ready for departure. American Airlines 611 coming in from PLS. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that. 2 hours, 22 minutes The flight time, that's off of one of the islands. Several planes coming in from down in that direction. Everybody coming home from vacation. So that'll be our next arrival. All right, let's see. This one off to Jacksonville, American Airlines 2218, the one on the move. Off to Jacksonville, Florida. Couple of back-to-back 737 departures. Where is this one off to? Oh, that's weird. 737 MAX 8, American Airlines 3133, off to Greensboro. That's an awfully big plane to go off to Greensboro unless it's going out there for some maintenance work. Kind of like Alaska Airlines has some of their maintenance work done there in Greensboro. At about a 20-minute flight or so. American 737 possibly coming around that CRJ that's being towed right there. That one off to Greensboro, 7 years of age, delivered back in October 2018. Again, our next arrival, American Airlines 611. 777 coming around here. I think this is our one from Madrid a minute ago. Athens, sorry. Yes, that one coming from Athens. We'll hang out with this one for a minute. Always good to see an American 777 up close. We'll wait on them to get a move on here. We'll get our arrival. Lufthansa should have been landing any minute now. All right, that 777 finally on the move from Athens. This will be a really, really good shot It's not too often we get a nice head-on shot of any 777s. So this one right here should be quite the shot. All these CRJ, ERJ is going to make our 777 wait. Got an exec jet coming up next. Keep checking on Lufty. Still showing Lufthansa there on the end of the runway. Interesting. 777 finally going to get a move on now. That ERJ going to get out of the way. Hopefully now we'll see it. A nice head-on shot. Well, good afternoon. Got hot out there spraying out some weed killer. It's a brutal afternoon everywhere, I think. Saw a map earlier of the humidity. Again, the humidity's come down about 8% here since we started today's show, but the humidity, according to the map, was supposed to be pretty high. Not extreme, but pretty high. So one level below extreme today. The humidity is definitely quite an experience. Maybe we'll see what kind of interesting cargo this one here has to offer. Before the downpour. I could use some rain here, but I'm a little afraid if it rains, I'll be caught out in the rain. Maybe I wouldn't be, but we'll see. Didn't have a two-stroke. That is always a plus. All right, we got one off the BWE here, 737-800 off to Baltimore. Let's see that one start rolling here. We're going to miss it. The majority of its roll. It's got another arrival coming at you guys here in just a second. Yeah, this one coming in from Bangor. American Airlines 1411, another 737-800, 16 years of age, delivered back in November 2009. Our next arrival. Nice, smooth arrival. Now see, this is stuff we don't get to see at RDU because we don't have a good view of the left side of, or the right side of the aircraft. So this will be something unique here for the show that we haven't seen in, well, ever. Well, a very long time because we have been here before. David, good afternoon. Christopher Brown, good afternoon. Welcome back. Again, a huge happy afternoon to everybody here. Again, something a little bit different for you guys. Slate Aviation coming up next, Sarasota. This is going to be a CRJ 100ER. This one, this one 30 years of age. This is our oldest aircraft of the day. This one delivered back in 1996. So our oldest aircraft of the day. Coming up in just a minute, it looks like a plain white CRJ 100. Looks like it might have a stripe down the side of it according to the picture. Maybe I think it actually might be two-toned. Might be white and gray. White on top, gray on the bottom. Again, like I said, something here we don't normally see at RDU. We don't get a shot of the right side of the aircraft most of the time. Turn our attention over to Slate Aviation with the CRJ. 30-year-old aircraft. Again, the oldest plane we've seen today. Coming in from Sarasota. I kind of like this livery. The white with the gray. Right here's what I'm interested in, though. Again, it's something unique. Got another arrival coming up. This one coming in from Hilton Head Island. An Embraer E175. 41 minutes of flight time, arriving in just 1 minute. 400 likes. So close. Thank you all for getting us close to 400. Gotta get me some more water here. Trying to stay hydrated this afternoon. Again, temperatures hovering around 100 degrees. All right, again, Envoy 3464 coming in from Hilton Head Island, the E175LR, 10 years of age. Delivered back in November of 2015. They're gonna roll out another one. What is that, 2 on there? Thunderstorms likely to start the next few hours here for Charlotte. Thank you guys for the new subscribers or new follows there on Instagram. Greatly appreciate that. Looks like quite a few new folks coming and visiting us on Instagram. Again, that link, if you are just joining us, that link is in the description below. Yeah, it's a Christopher Brown, so it diverted to Boston Logan for some reason, and making its way in here around 6:04 p.m. That not sure exactly why that flight diverted, but it definitely did. I think they had some sort of issue there in the air. If you look at the flight path of that A350, some sort of issue for that one. So we should see that one here in the next hour and some change here. Hopefully they'll get off the ground here shortly. We had the Etihad a little while ago, earlier in the show. American Airlines 1652 up next, coming in from Fort Lauderdale. An hour and 27 minutes of flight time for the A321. We do have the American 777 from Rome later. That one going to be an American One World livery. Again, today's all about the heavies. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed all the heavy action this afternoon. Remember, continue to smash the like button if you haven't. If you guys are new to the channel, continue to subscribe if you guys are enjoying what you're seeing. A little bit slower here on the far east side of Charlotte Douglas International Airport this afternoon. We haven't even seen a Frontier. Looks like all the Frontiers and everybody are going to the other side. So tomorrow, we do have a doubleheader this weekend. Tomorrow, we will be on the west side. Not exactly sure where we'll be tomorrow for the west side. Don't know if we'll be on the parking garage or if we might actually do the overlook. It's going to be extremely hot again tomorrow. Nowhere to run, really, for cover from the sun. But today, I did this show a little bit different. As you guys, well, I can show y'all. As you guys can see now, I am pretty well shaded. As before, I was not. Make sure you guys go on, check out the merch. Hats back up for sale. They come in different colors now. Used to before, this was the only color we could get. But if you like this hat, make sure you guys go over, check that out. The link to the merch is in the description below. Hats available, coffee mugs, all sorts of things for you guys to take a look at as well. But I am shaded now. Not not hanging out in the sun. There was that A321 arrival as they continue to offload that cargo. Again, that one from Athens earlier. So I have yet to decide. Maybe I'll put up a poll later this evening. Maybe I'll get Miss Carolina to put up a poll to find out where you guys would like us to see tomorrow, like us to be tomorrow morning. Tomorrow, more than likely, going to be about a 6-hour show. Gonna have to figure it out. Make sure that if we do end up over at the Overlook tomorrow, we can be close enough to the car for power, for cooling purposes tomorrow. As of right now, Ramona and Miss Carolina enjoying the air conditioning. Hey, we're up to 2 million views. Thank you, Christopher Brown. There we go. 3.5 years. We're up to 2 million views. Thank you to everybody who have come in and watched the shows or checked out one of our videos. We've got 2 videos in combination that have about 400,000 of those views. By the way, I've got to do something about our mystery lady. If you guys remember, the mystery lady has been solved. So eventually, I'm working on something. And I have also been in. Hold on. I've also been in contact with our mystery lady pushing the Humvee hood in Raleigh. We got her story, but we're going to talk to her one more time. I don't know if we can put something together and maybe put a little video or something together for you guys from her. So the mystery woman has been solved. I know we mentioned it the other day, but I'm still trying to work on that. Working all of that out. So, a beautiful afternoon now. It is very, very hot. You can see uptown Charlotte quite clearly. You can zoom right in on the Wells Fargo building there. If we had somebody on the Wells Fargo building waving at us, I'm pretty sure we could probably see them. Yeah, I missed the up-close center departures. I cannot wait for the fourth runway to open. Definitely coming up wintertime or colder season, we'll probably be more inclined to go over to the Overlook when we make our trips to Charlotte. But we'll see. Again, we shall see. Yeah, the mystery woman has been solved. She is now a subscriber of the channel. Boy, they got a lot of cargo from Athens over here on this 777. Again, this is something we don't particularly get to see at RDU due to the fact that we only see the left side of the American 777, Air France, Lufthansa, etc. So this is not something we normally see. A little bit of a treat to be able to see this one. We've got Frontier coming in over on the other side. Can we even see the other side? Let's see. Is there a plane coming in that we could try to focus on? Since it is a little slow for this side. There's a CRJ touching down. I just now noticed. I'm trying to look for that Frontier. Is that Frontier right there? All right, let's see. Can we do it? Let's try it. Is that Frontier coming in far left, right side, far west runway over there. But hopefully this gives you guys a little bit of an idea for future and past shows why you guys don't see too much of the east side. It's particularly slow over here on the east side. There's a lot of traffic coming in for the west side of the airport. That'll be the last view of Frontier right there. But again, if you guys are just tuning in, lots of CRJ, ERJs down here below us, along with that 777. We have the Laris down here. We've had Etihad down here. And we should have the Lufthansa over here just the other side of this American 777. Still a couple more 777s for American Airlines to come in. The Hood did make it to its destination, but I believe I'd have to go back and read the messages, but I think she drove the Hood all the way home, if I'm not mistaken. The young lady is from Oregon, so I don't know if she drove the Hood all the way to Oregon or if she actually shipped it. I have to go back and read the messages. But quite the interesting story from that young lady. Again, she does, as far as I know, she lives in Oregon. But it was funny. I wasn't able to talk about it the day it happened, but I can talk about it now. So I got a call. I won't say everything, but I got a call from RDU Airport police captain, and they contacted me over the video, and I took the video down immediately once I saw that he was calling me. And because I was freaking out. I was like, oh crap, I'm in trouble, this video, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, he was like, no, you're fine, the video's fine. He's like, we got in contact with her because apparently somebody at one of the military bases there in North Carolina, got in touch with RDUPD. RDUPD then had to track her down so they could investigate said Hood to make sure she didn't steal it, which she didn't. She bought it at an auction. And so that's how we got in contact with our mystery lady pushing the Humvee Hood. Some other information is she does it as a hobby. She has a Humvee and she works on it as a hobby. So there are a couple of details on how all of that come together. I found it to be funny that the military reached out to RDUPD to investigate this young lady, but they definitely did. So now, at least you guys know a little bit of the story. Yeah, that video definitely tickled YouTube's algorithm, that's for sure. YouTube's algorithm was like, ooh, we like this, and it took off. 200,000+ views on that video. That she was commenting on that video, and when I got the call about it, I looked at the video and she had said something about, yeah, it was what a way to wake up this morning getting a call from Raleigh Police Department. And I was like, oh crap, I'm in trouble. So I took the video down, thinking that I was in trouble, but luckily, no harm, no foul. Again, we talked to the young lady. Very, very nice. She thought it was actually quite funny, honestly. So she was a very good sport about the video. All right, A319 off to DCA, or A320, excuse me. This one here, 26 years of age. So the average, again, looking like anywhere from 20 to 25 years of age for most of American's fleet that we've seen this afternoon. I want to know what's on that pallet. Where'd it go? Oh, they set it down already. What kind of cool cargo are we bringing in from Athens? So, as far as I know, for us this afternoon, we'll have the American 777 from Rome here in a little while, and that is the One World livery. Hopefully tomorrow we'll see all of them. We have been down here in several instances where we've seen all of American's special liveries, all but maybe a couple in one episode of the show or two. Hey, Lynn, good afternoon. Happy Saturday, or good evening. Almost, well, 10, almost 10 o'clock for you. So, Tristan, you live in the mountains? I'm from the mountains of western North Carolina. Got some unique clouds forming off to the north. I haven't checked the weather radar here in quite a while. I did get an alert that thunderstorms possible later this afternoon. Let's see what we got right now. 90 degrees according to this. Feels like 96. My thermometer in the car says it's 100 degrees. The little thermometer that hangs out here beside me, with a humidity of about 59%. So let's see. There is some rain just north of Statesville. Raining pretty good in Boone. About to start raining in Morganton. So all of western North Carolina, well, not all of western North Carolina, but a good chunk of western North Carolina getting hit there in the mountains. Whether or not we see any of it or not, I don't know. Looks like we're going to have some pop-up showers here about 6 p.m. 6 to 7 p.m. again. We're going to try to run the show till 8 o'clock. I am on the roof, no other options. I do have Miss Carolina. She can come hold the umbrella for me over the camera if need be. So we at least, before the weather gets here, if it does so, in fact, although, if you remember Thursday in RDU, it said it wasn't going to rain, 15% chance of rain, and we got stormed out. We had to move downstairs to get away from said strong thunderstorm the other day. So we did what we had to do there. Why don't all right, so you guys hear me talk about cars all the time on this show. All right. You hear me talk about cars. You hear me talk about electric vehicles. Would I ever own one? No. But I do own a plug-in hybrid. And let me just say, for days like today, it's probably the best purchase I've ever made. Because Miss Carolina and Ramona having a seat inside, we're not running any gas. I don't have any fumes and hot exhaust blowing up and burning me up. They're able to sit inside and enjoy the AC. So, plug-in hybrid, I'm okay with it. I even have a little bit of that air blowing back here on me. Not that I can actually feel it, but plug-in hybrid, I'm okay with. All right, looks like we've got another arrival. Again, apologies, it is really slow on this side, so that should give you an idea of, if you're a longtime viewer of the channel and you've always wondered why your host does not do the east side of the airport, today should give you your answer. This one coming in from Lynchburg, Piedmont, ERJ 145LR. Not a whole lot to see on this side, although we do get all the heavies, but there is not much to keep us busy. I do like the lighting though, because the later it gets in the day, the better the lighting is going to be. Whoa. A little bit of a bounce there for that ERJ 145. Speaking of ERJ 145s, there's one coming into the gates. We've got an American Airbus something or other, an A320, A319, getting ready to head out for departure. That one there headed off to West Palm Beach. American Airlines 473, an A320. This one here, how many years of age? 27 years of age. Another one delivered back in May of 1999. Excuse me. Ulysses, good evening, good afternoon. Let those shine the light. Opportunities, I will not be flying next weekend, so those two opportunities are canceled. Oh man, that's sad. Friday the 21st and returning the next day. Nice. Dang, that stinks. You've had to cancel plans. I think I might be, well, I don't know what's going on for next weekend. I'm not gonna say nothing. Because I don't know. Will there be a show next weekend? Who knows? We'll find out, won't we? Normal Tuesday, Thursday schedule possible this weekend or this week coming up. Again, we're still here tomorrow. Tomorrow, one more day. Short show tomorrow. Hopefully we'll get on the air 9 a.m. Run till about 3 p.m. tomorrow, 3 to 4 p.m. Possibly 5 p.m. It just depends on how hot it is and where we are. Again, tomorrow we're going to try to be on the west side, whether it's the overlook or whether it's over here on the parking garage. Hopefully not on the parking garage again. Maybe, I don't know. I haven't decided. I don't know what's going to be more extreme. From Atlanta instead next week. Yeah, $860 to fly from Raleigh to Atlanta, absolutely. Speaking of Atlanta, I have a trip to Atlanta coming up next in 2 weeks. The 24th, I believe I fly out. Next arrival coming in from Gainesville, an hour and 7 minutes of flight time for an ERJ 145LR. This is Piedmont 59091. 26 years of age, November 1999. I've seen more 1999s today than ever, I think. Today is the year of 1999. Great year, 1999. It was either 1999 or year 2000. I went up to New York, Connecticut area to go visit my aunt. Took a Greyhound bus. Was delayed in Charlotte for almost 24 hours. It was gross. I do remember it vividly. Riding a bus all the way to New York. $80K, yeah. We're trying to make up this month for what we didn't do last month. Last month, a bit of a bummer month. The month of July, a little slow for us. We did not make it out of town. We did do the 4th of July, and we did do several extra shows. Not in the airport. I am up on the parking garage. Would you ever consider flying out to Dallas to visit Pip, or even out to Denver? Tim, hopefully one of these days. Hopefully one day. Just got to figure out how to shrink down some of our gear to travel with, if that makes sense. Batteries, mainly batteries. Everything else you can fly with the battery that we use, you cannot, unfortunately. I have been to the Overlook. I absolutely love the Overlook. We are on the parking garage today. We were talking about this earlier. 99.8% of our shows are filmed on the west side of the parking garage over there. Given that it is the busier side of the airport, again, I thought I would treat everybody to all of CLT's heavy action this afternoon by being over here on the far east side. Give you guys a beautiful view of uptown Charlotte. Again, tomorrow, I have yet to decide where we're going to be. It doesn't matter where we go. It's going to be extremely hot. Just depends on whether or not I can be close to my car or not. If I can't be close to the car, I don't know, and be able to give you guys a good shot, I don't know how well that'll turn out for us tomorrow. I don't think I can pull something off if we decide to go over to the Overlook. Again, we talked about it earlier. Typically trying to stay away from those particular areas just because, you know, you never know who's going to be like, why do you, you know, turn the camera to look at a plane and there's some kids off in the distance and they think you're filming their kid and somebody gets mad. I don't need all that. I don't need drama. This is a chill show, right? This is a very chill show. We try to stay as cool, calm, and collected as possible on this show. No drama for me. Absolutely not. Yeah, so when we're on the other side too, like you can see all of the construction of the 4th runway coming. Again, this side is more scenic. I prefer having a nice, beautiful skyline backdrop. Absolutely love it. But again, as you guys can see, I feel like this today has been slower than a day in RDU. Well, I was going to do at least 8 hours today, but with the delays to start the show, we had about an hour and a half delay. And it got us nowhere, honestly. But again, an hour and a half long delay. What's up, Pip? I wanted to do 12 hours today, or at least 8, 9. But weather inbound, we'll see how that goes as to how long we stick around. We've got rain covers, umbrellas, all the things we need. There is weather building, but probably going to end around 8 p.m. this evening, if not earlier, depending on weather. Again, it's just this side of the airport. If we were on the other side of the airport, oh man. Definitely stick around way later. But tomorrow, like I said, tomorrow will be kind of a short day, 6, 7, maybe 8 hours. We're going to start the show at 9. So we're going to try to get out of here in enough time to go home, pick up our kiddos, got to get them ready for school for Monday. So that's a thing. Saturday is usually our big, long day when we come down to Charlotte. But again, We ran into some issues this morning or this afternoon to start the show. Mike and Patty, good afternoon. We will fly 5 weeks to Detroit. Oh, you're going to fly on the 717. Absolutely nice. I always wondered what it was like to fly on one of those. But like I said, as you guys can see, I feel like today is slower than an RDU day. Really do. But we got plenty of American 777s today. We've got 2 more left for arrival. We still have that Lufthansa that diverted to Boston. That one due in around 6 p.m. Last year, was that last fall? I can't remember. We were over here and not on this side, but we were over on the other side, and we were able, it was during a Panthers game, and we could see the fireworks going off from the stadium. Tim Arnold says One World livery coming up in 11 minutes. Thank you so much, Tim. Pip Hastings, here's just the tip. I am friends. Love me. LOL. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. But it says 8. You still have tons of it. So now it's changed. It's changed until 8. So the last word I heard was it was supposed to be here at 6. Is it still on the ground in Boston? According to flight radar, it's still sitting on 15 right. I think it went to a gate, but yes, it is still up on flight radar. It has not commenced movement. Really hope we don't miss out on the Lufty A350. So next, it won't be our next arrival. I think we're going to have possibly 2 more in front of this. American Airlines 721 coming in from Rome. 9 hours, 20 minutes. Still got about 8 minutes out. And it is the American One World livery for that 777-200ER. We've only seen 3 arrivals today that have not been American Airlines, by the way. So I do know for a fact we've got at least 2 more 777s. Again, the one coming from Rome here in just a minute. Looks like we're going to have American Airlines 2211 coming in from Antigua. I guess that's how you pronounce that. We might have the possibility of a Frontier 4353 coming in from Philadelphia. 1 hour of flight time. That one arriving in 15 minutes. Colorado, the Bighorn Sheep. We saw him the other night in RDU. The last American 777 arrival is just now over New York, just west of New York City. American Airlines 735 from London. 1 hour and 10 minutes left of flight time. So we got another one, American Airlines 2085 coming in from Bermuda. An A319, 2 hours, 7 minutes of flight time. That one, an A319. So we'll see how they sort this out. So we'll see exactly. Time for cooler weather. Well, good, Eddie. I'm glad you got your hoodie. And hopefully you're feeling better. 737. ERJ possibly headed out. Normally it goes to the gate on the corner. I can't see which gate that is because the 777 is in the way. Well, let's see if we can zoom in over there. Normally, it's where Etihad was. Etihad D10 is where I believe Lufthansa will end up this evening. Aviation Cat, good afternoon. Aviation Cat, good afternoon. No, Lufthansa still has yet to depart. That 777 One World better not land over on the other side. It does look like it's coming this way. But again, our next arrival coming in from Bermuda, an A319, 13 years of age, July of 2013. So that was celebrating a birthday last month. Comes our arrival. Seven 737-800 sitting out here getting ready. Next arrival, American Airlines 2211, a 737-800 from I can't pronounce that. Words are hard. This one delivered back in April of 2014, 12 years of age for our next arrival. Then the 777 from Rome, or from Rome. Let's see, was this one delivered in 1999? No, but it was delivered in 2000. Three of our 777s today have been delivered in 1999. Will we get that landing gear shot? Again, only 2 more opportunities left to go. If we don't have Lufthansa, Lufthansa will give us opportunity number 3 for the landing gear arrival. I should practice on our 737 here. It's much cooler when it's a 777. 737 just doesn't do it the same way. So again, American coming up next from Rome. American Airlines 721. This one again, December of 2000, 25 years of age, flying 9 hours, 28 minutes. Our departure 737 off to LaGuardia, American Airlines 1942, 13 years of age, delivered in October of 2012 for that 737. Race car. All right, 777, One World from Rome. Can we get the landing gear touchdown? We're definitely going to try. Heck yeah. Nice touchdown for that 777. Hey, Aviation Cat. Good afternoon. Mid-Atlantic travelers, they're in Virginia. Good afternoon. So again, a good afternoon, everybody. Thank you all for tuning in. Again, like I said, very, I don't know, very slow afternoon here in Charlotte. Hold on, where are you going? Oh my goodness. Frontier. Frontier coming up in just a few minutes. This will be our first Frontier of the day. Only our 4th airline that hasn't been American this afternoon. No, it's not Ward, but it is, let's see, we saw this one here. Colorado, the Bighorn Sheep. We saw him a couple of days ago in Raleigh. Be funny if it was Ward the Beaver. This one coming in from Philadelphia. Oh yeah, we got a great shot of uptown Charlotte. Under a little bit of cloud cover though. We've seen the Wells Fargo building. We'll check that one out next. But yeah, great skyline shot from here. Again, just not as busy on this side of the airport as we get. 450 likes. Thank you, everybody. Again, continue to smash the like button as this afternoon rolls on. We're hoping to see the Lufthansa A350 at some point this evening. Again, we were going to try to run fairly late. We're going to find out about rain, of course. If it starts raining, who knows what's going to happen. All right, on to Colorado. The Bighorn Sheep coming in from Philadelphia for Frontier. Only our fourth different airline other than American today. Saw Colorado in RDU the other day. Colorado going to run long there. Ooh, smells like barbecue out here now. Little burble tune going on down there. Just Bean 123, good afternoon. Again, like I said, this side seems to be a lot. I mean, it seems to be. It is a lot slower this side than the other. So again, tomorrow will be a little bit different. Oh my goodness, we might have another Frontier. Marty the Marmot. We saw Marty the Marmot the other day in RDU as well. So Marty the Marmot headed this way, coming in from BWE. He's about 14 minutes out. Again, one more 777 tonight, or today. That 777, 56 minutes out, coming from London. That's going to be a 777-300ER. That'll be our second 777-300ER of the day. We missed the first one because we weren't on the air yet. Lufthansa still on the ground there in Boston Logan. So our final 777 is going to be an exciting one, a 777-300ER. I did record that other 777 this morning, or earlier this. I will be on the west. I will be on the west side tomorrow. I don't know if we're going to do the overlook. I haven't decided yet. Again, it's going to be another extremely hot day, so I don't know if we'll be able to do the overlook tomorrow. Either way, whether we do the overlook or we're up here on the parking garage overlooking the west side, we are going to be stuck in the sunlight. So it doesn't really matter which location we go. We're going to be pretty hot either way. Carl, excuse me. Carl, good afternoon. Carlos Chavez Productions, good afternoon. I'm really hoping to catch Lufthansa tonight. Again, I'm hoping that we're not put under the gun here with weather. Again, I've been keeping an eye on weather. Rain chances increasing as the afternoon continues. Starting at 7 p.m., we're looking at 50%. 8 o'clock, 76% chances of weather. There won't be any moving here like we did in RDU, and I can show you exactly why. You cannot, you have to either be up here or you have to be in a stairwell on one of the ends in order to have any kind of view at Charlotte. Again, if you're unfamiliar with Charlotte Douglas International Airport, they put these stupid decorative wind blocking, I don't know what the heck you call these stupid things, these grates. So this is all you see when you're down below where we're at, is these grates. So there won't be any moving to any other portion of the parking garage. I did find that this fire escape over here downstairs had a pretty good view, and it was well shaded. But again, everything tomorrow will be, if we're focusing on the west side tomorrow, because I fear the east side's going to be slow. The west side tomorrow will be an extremely warm day. We'll start the show at 9 a.m. Supposed to anyway. It's going to be 78 degrees at 9 a.m. If we fall off the air at about 4 to 5, it's going to be 91 degrees at 4 p.m. And again, that's going to be straight 6-7 hours in straight sunlight. So again, we are watching the clock here, or watching the weather. Weather risks increasing here in just a little bit. Around 7 p.m. We're looking at 5:33 right now, so we've got at least another hour and a half if things don't fall apart. Again, I am on the roof, so there is that. That presents a problem in itself. We've got another arrival, this one coming in from Jacksonville, this one Piedmont Airlines, another ERJ 145LR. I'm surprised we haven't had any Southwest, JetBlue. We've had one Delta, one United, one Frontier, and then whatever that CRJ 100 was earlier this afternoon. Again, I feel like today's been slower than an RDU afternoon. What do you guys think? But, to be fair, like I said, we've gotten all of the heavies today. Asheville, North Carolina. I'm familiar with Asheville. I lived not too far from there. About 50 miles west of Asheville. Born and raised. Comes our ERJ. Etihad going to be our what you call it for the day, our thumbnail. Etihad pushed back right about where this CRJ was. Nice, beautiful backdrop of uptown Charlotte. Got another one coming in here in just a moment. This one coming in from Newport News. Piedmont 6053, another ERJ 145 LR. You're looking at 22 years of age, delivered back in March of 2004. For that one. Lining up behind it is American Airlines. Coming in from Puerto Plata, that American 2284, 737-800, flying 2 hours, 38 minutes. 13 years of age for that one, delivered back in August of 2012. So that one turned in 13 years of age this month. Going to get a good rush from the south. We do have that Frontier coming up in just a minute. There's some Southwest over on the other side. There's SkyWest on the other side. A lot more traffic on the west side of the airport. Here comes our ERJ. Got a 737. It's rolled up here, ready for departure. Get our next arrival is 737-800, 13 years of age, coming in from airport code POP, Puerto Plata. All right, let's check on our subscriber count, shall we? Hey, we're up to 13,047 flying through the subscribers this afternoon. Thank you all for subscribing. Started the day out at 12,992. Again, if you guys are new here, please feel free to subscribe to the channel. Hanging out in Charlotte for the next couple of days, today and tomorrow. Next week, back home for Thursday, or Tuesday, Thursday. Next weekend, I don't know. Not quite sure what is on the docket for next weekend, but we'll see. One 737 to another. Should have Philadelphia coming up. 7:09 p.m. Perfect. Hopefully that will remain true. So two more subscribers away from 50. So that'll put us at what, 68? 68 subscribers today. Hopefully tomorrow we can hit a full 100. All right, next arrival coming in from Fayetteville, Piedmont 5984, another ERJ 145LR. Our next arrival. Then Frontier will be number 2. So again, welcome in everybody. Thank you all for tuning in and enjoying some Charlotte action this afternoon. Very hot, not so humid afternoon now. About 60% humidity, but still 99 degrees according to the thermometer. You guys might be looking at the Weather Channel going, what are you talking about? It says 91 on our thermometer here. It says 100 degrees, 60% humidity there. So quite a warm afternoon. By the way, reminder, the last major arrival tonight, other than Lufthansa, the one before Lufty, should be an American Airlines 777-300ER. So it looks like we will get to see an American Airlines 777-300ER on the show. You're doing video too? You need to just... while I'm doing the thing. Oops, hold on. So, we will have a 777-300ER as our last 777 of the night. That one coming in from London. Less than an hour now for that arrival. Up next, we've got Frontier coming your way. Marty the Marmot. We saw Marty the other day. In RDU. Nice touchdown for Marty. I'm just happy we got this backdrop. This backdrop right here just thrills me to no end. I love the skyline. All right, next arrival coming in from Florence, Piedmont, 5987, another ERJ 145LR. I'm excited to be able to give you guys that 777-300ER live. I caught that one earlier, I recorded the video, so maybe I will be able to get that out as a short or something in the coming days. So if you guys are just tuning in and you're wondering why it's so loud, there you go. We are right on top of all of the CRJ, ERJ action here. All right, next arrival coming in from Nassau, American Airlines 3202, an A321, delivered in November of 2011. 14 years of age for this one coming up. So again, good afternoon, everybody. Once again, continuing to smash the like button here. I think today's show is set for the I forgot what I was going to say now. Sorry, I was reading something. Yeah, Rob, so tomorrow we're going to be on the west side. We were talking about it earlier in the day. This is only the second ever time in our 8 or 9 times we've come to Charlotte that I've ever done this side of the airport. Typically we're on the west side of the parking garage all day. Tomorrow we'll be on the west side. A little weekend double header here. Again, back on the air tomorrow. Don't know if I'll be on the overlook or if I want to continue with the parking garage. Again, tomorrow's going to be extremely hot regardless of where we go. And I got to think about it, whether or not I can pull pull shots off. Because if I'm at the overlook, I've got to remember that I got to try to be shooting both sides, right side and center. So I've got to remember that. Yeah, it's crazy how that works, isn't it? You get all of the heavies over here coming in, and then they all depart on center. Yeah, so like I said, this is the first time in I don't know how many episodes of this show that we've done down here in Charlotte where we've been on this side. Most of the time we spend all of our time on the west side. West side much busier, much more variety. You get all of the different airlines over there on the west side. Today, like I said, we've only seen 3-4 different airlines other than American Airlines. And one of those hasn't even been Southwest. We haven't even seen Southwest. We haven't seen JetBlue. We've only seen Delta, United, both CRJs. And then a CRJ 100, almost all white. And then 2 Frontiers. Like I said, I feel like a little slower over here than what we normally see in RDU, but I can't beat this view, this backdrop. I'd like to do this side sometime in the fall and the winter time when it gets dark early. That way we can get uptown Charlotte lit up. This is where I would like to do New Year's Eve, if I'm honest. Would love to have a nice New Year's Eve show down here. That way we could get the fireworks from uptown Charlotte, but very late. We noticed 4th of July, not too many views on 4th of July, so we do not stream on major holidays, if possible. We did our 3rd annual 4th of July special at RDU. So yeah, back tomorrow. It's supposed to start at 9 a.m. So I'm going to try not to stay out too late. I think we're going to go to the hotel, shower, possibly go on a date, go out to dinner. Miss Carolina and I don't get too many of those dates. So Miss Carolina coming down here with me, using that as an opportunity to have a little bit of a date evening after the show. Go find some food. But yeah, I want to come down here when it's going to be dark and do a show from here and be able to see all of this lit up at night. We've seen it before. From the other side, again, like I said, this is only the 2nd time. We don't necessarily have to. But we do. There's a Mexican restaurant that we prefer to go to anytime we come down here. It's not too far from the airport. It's down by, what is that outlet mall? Is that a Tanger outlet down there, right off of the Beltline or whatever it is here? So there's a Mexican restaurant that we frequent when we come down here. Don't know if that's where we'll go tonight. We have yet to decide on dinner or anything after the show. We've got American Airlines 1982 coming in from Tampa. An hour and 15 minutes of flight time. That one there, 11 years of age. Delivered back in April of 2015. Who's that? Can you not land on me? Go away. Made a pit stop over there at the Sullenberger Museum this morning on the way in. Probably should have waited. Well, I couldn't really wait. Tomorrow, like I said, we're going to be busy. But I did make a purchase while I was over there. Premium outlets. Thank you, Rob. There is like I said, a Mexican restaurant we like to frequent over there. Next arrival, coming in from Salisbury. An hour and 11 minutes. That is not Salisbury, North Carolina, is it? No. Delaware. Salisbury, Delaware. It's about to be like, man, that's going to be like a 2-minute flight. Another ERJ. This is Piedmont Airlines 5836. This one here, 21 years of age, delivered back in May of 2005. Our next arrival. Wing waving a little bit. Wind's kind of picking up here. Feels a lot better now that I'm in the shade. What are they pulling? Fuel dolly? Is that what that was? A lot different ground handling equipment around here than what we see in RDU. Yeah, Aviation Cat, that's one of the things. Summertime, man, it's hard on the equipment. It's hard on your body, for one, when you're hanging out here, 100 plus degree heat like we are today. And it's just, it makes the quality of everything look horrible because of heat haze, heat waves, all of the things. When we first got here this morning, about 11 o'clock this morning, I rolled up, you could, uptown Charlotte was just a big haze. There was no real clarity to see in uptown Charlotte this morning. Next arrival is American Airlines 1699, coming in from that place again, PLS. I cannot pronounce that, and I'm not going to try. 2 hours, 25 minutes of flight time for another one delivered in 1999. This one delivered back in August. So this one here, turning 26 years of age this year. Yeah, summertime, like I said, summertime is brutal. Doing plane spotting in general. Doing anything outside, it can be brutal. You gotta be very, very careful in the summertime. The summertime can be miserable, but it's nowhere near as painful as wintertime, in my opinion. When you get that brutal cold in the wintertime, that can become painful. We've upped our wintertime gear. All right, so this is Thrive Gulfstream G450 coming up next. Coming in from Savannah, Georgia. 42 minutes of flight time. This one, 12 years of age, delivered in 2014. So the Gulfstream G450 up next. Going to be a little exec jet action. This will be our second or third exec jet arrival this afternoon. Should see them in about an hour and 28 minutes. Perfect. So Lufthansa 428, diverting to Boston earlier. That one finally looking like it's on its way. Next arrival coming in from Harrisburg, Piedmont, another ERJ 145LR. Piedmont 5932. This aircraft, 22 years of age, delivered back in May of 2004. So we're going to get some arrivals here. Where's our 777-300? Final 777 of the day for Charlotte. American Airlines 735, the 777-300, arriving in just 30 minutes. That one's only 12 years of age. We'll go over that one again as it gets closer. But another Piedmont, followed by an American from Punta Cana, an A321. We've got that 7-3 departure. We've got an E175 hanging out over here, so we got another couple of seconds here before the arrival of the ERG. No, it was not the port of Spain. Oh, Orange Super Tug. So headed to D6. Hold on. Sorry, I completely missed your message. D6, D6, D6. Is that it right there? That's D4. Hold on, I can't see him. That's D4. D8. So I'm assuming that D6 is the A321 right here. Is it an A? Yeah, A321. So FMS, Buck, we got you. FMSC, Buck. Are you pushing the A321 out? Orange Super Tug. UPS 767 coming in from Louisville. Estimated time 6:59. That's probably going to land center. It landed center last time. Last time we were here, it and Amazon, because they finished that bridge. So they land center and come across the bridge and go right there. Yeah. All right, so we got FMSC Buck down there on the ramp. Going to give us a wave. Hopefully I'll be able to see him. He said he was on his way to move the 737. The 737's on D4. So So were you on D4 or D6? The A321's on 6. Next arrival, that one from Punta Cana, American Airlines 2681. The A321. Give me just a minute. I'll swing back to you. Here, let's get our arrival. We'll hang out right here as we wait for Buck. Ron, good afternoon. Again, good afternoon. Once again, everybody, 6:06 p.m. Continue to smash that like button as we continue the afternoon. Not sure when we're going to wind things down. Have absolutely no idea. Probably around 7 p.m. this evening. 7:30, 8 o'clock. Somewhere around in there again. Yes, there you go. Providenciales. Thank you so much, Aviation Cat. Words are hard for your host, by the way. Words are hard. Will I remember that? Probably not. Thank you so much, Aviation Cat. That's where that other plane came from, right there. There is our arrival. Sorry, I'm looking down. We got one of the super tugs down there, so let's see if Buck is piloting that super tug. Got a nice close-up if he is piloting this one. We'll continue to hang out right there, just in case that wasn't him. The water slide. Man, I do not do one, I don't do water parks. Two, huge, insane roller coasters. I don't do that either. The old ticker can't handle it. It bothers my heart. Don't ask me why. I don't know, but it does. Maybe when I was younger, I probably could have handled it a lot better, but at this age, and of course I'm not old, but a lot of Diet Mountain Dew and coffee later have really messed up the old ticker. .737 action on the way out. Never been a huge fan of water parks, even as a kid. Now, of course, growing up, I grew up in the mountains of western North Carolina. We used to go to a place called Deep Creek when I was a kid. We'd go to the lake. We'd go do all of the the fun stuff in the creeks and the lakes and do all the things, go whitewater rafting, stuff like that. So I never really went to water parks. Didn't really do amusement parks as a kid either. I think I've done more amusement parks as an adult than I did as a kid, if I'm not mistaken. I did ride Fury, what the heck is the name of that? Fury 325? They just reopened that one recently. They had some foundation issues on that ride. Yeah, so they just opened that one back up. Miss Carolina talked me into going on that one last October. So, and then of course, we went up to Busch Gardens a while back. We had a good time at Busch Gardens. That was fun. We rode one roller, and I think I mentioned it here on the show. We rode one roller coaster like 8 times in a row. We didn't even have to get off of it like 3 times because there was nobody in line. It was so much fun. we would roll back up to the thing and we're like, hey, can we just stay on here? And they're like, yeah, sure, why not? You can have Disney. I hate them. You know what? See, I like Disney. And it's not, I don't know what it is. I like the ambiance of the parks, I think, for Disney. And by the way, speaking of that, I watched the first, you guys, Disney's insane. I'm not going to lie. Disney is absolutely insane. They had their first Halloween party. Yes, Halloween party last night. They've got all of their fall decorations up. But yeah. All right, we got an A319 up for departure. Yeah, something about the ambiance of the parks at Disney. Their rides are okay, but I don't know. Something about the parks themselves for Disney. Captain Mickey Mouse, I don't know if I have a trip scheduled yet, but I'm supposed to be headed to Florida sometime in October, I think. I don't know yet. I have yet to get an official word. Will I hit the parks? I don't know. Yeah, I rode a wooden roller coaster at Six Flags Over Georgia, and I will never ride in the back of a wooden roller coaster again. If you've ever ridden in the back of a wooden roller coaster, it beats you to death. Well, I didn't visit Dollywood that much as a kid. I think like 3 times maybe. You know, they didn't take us over there. But yeah, Disney with the first, their first Halloween party yesterday. August the 7th. I think they started about 2 weeks earlier than they did last year. What in the world just happened to that? Hold on. Dang, I've never seen our camera do that. Of course, this camera is brand new. But, tallest water slide in the United States. All right, so that 777-300ER coming in a little bit. We've got one coming in from St. Martin, American Airlines 2478, 737 MAX 8 coming in from St. Martin. 7 years of age, that one delivered back in December of 2018. Like I said, a brand new camera. I guarantee you it overheated. That was its issue. And again, of course, we're not in 4K because I was trying to make some adjustments to some things to see if that was the problem with the internet. We are only in 1080 tonight, or today. But that was, to no such luck, was not any of our issues. So broadcasting in 4K is no issue to the internet. The internet, the summertime, it all just is one of those issues that continues to plague us. Again, we were about an hour and a half late to start the show this morning, or this afternoon, due to issues. So we bought this camera back right before the 4th of July. We've talked tons about this camera. It only has about a couple more weeks in my possession. I'm going to send it back, and I may rent some cameras that I'm going to be looking into. So for all of my channel members, if I do rent any cameras, make sure you guys, I don't have anything. The channel members, be on the lookout for some possible members only shows as we test out different cameras and things. If we've got to figure out where to rent cameras from before I make a final decision on the purchase. This camera is quite nice. The zoom is phenomenal. If you are just tuning in and you haven't seen me zoom in to Uptown Charlotte, well, let's take a look at the Wells Fargo building. Now, of course, heat, haze, and heat radiation, obviously that's going to mess that up. It's not going to look, perfect, right? But that is the zoom from this particular camera. But again, the camera does not perform well at night. Everything else, it does everything else okay, but it does not perform at night. And the review said it was fine for nighttime, but I guess not for live streaming. Not for doing what we're doing. So I'm going to try to sell this camera, trade it in, and then I'm going to try to rent some cameras so we can make a final decision. I want something that can zoom in just as much as this one can, but for what we need, we're not going to be able to find one that will zoom in nowhere near as far as this one does. So, for example, of the zoom, you see this truck right here. Zoom all the way in on that one. But anyway, we've talked a lot about the camera. Again, probably another 2 weeks. I want to at least get this camera through next weekend. I've had one. So I haven't bought anything off B&H yet. I got this one on Amazon, and it's it's like a mid-entry level camera. Mid-entry to low-level entry camera. I mean, it was still expensive, right? But it was about the same as my mirrorless camera body. And once this one goes away, we'll probably end up switching back to our mirrorless camera for a little bit until I can get things situated and figured out with this camera. I have been in touch with B&H. Again, after next weekend, I will contact them and find out trade-in values. This camera is brand new as of 2025. I can't even find it on B&H's website for trade-in because it is so new. I'm sure I won't get what I paid for it out of it, but as long as I can get close to what I got out of it. I missed the window to send it back. So like I said, got a couple more weeks with this camera, this weekend and next weekend, and then we're gonna do our thing, send it off, and then try to rent a couple of cameras. Well, Captain Mickey Mouse, it's not that kind of camera. So if you look, it's not a DSLR. It's not a mirrorless like I have. I have this one and I have the mirrorless. But see, this is more like a camcorder style. And that is the style I want because I enjoy the push button zoom. The zoom is a whole lot smoother than, cranking down on your lens. Not all about doing that lately. We did that for what, 2 years, 2.5 years? So I really enjoy the smoothness of the zoom of this camera, and that how far it zooms. It's really, really disappointing for evening shows, nighttime shows. Can't really get anything done with it. I believe that Super Tug was our viewer. All right, a couple more arrivals. American Airlines 2033 coming in from LaGuardia, an A320 going to be our next arrival. The American 777 looks like it's getting into line. It'll probably be number 4 or 5. This A320 delivered back in September of 2000, 25 years of age. Alex, good afternoon. Sierra, the next wide body and final 777 of the day is American Airlines 735 coming in from London. That is going to be a 777-300. So a 777-300ER coming up for you guys in about 4 minutes. And then we have Lufthansa. Where are you, Lufty? Are you on the way? Lufthansa finally on the way out of Boston Logan. That one arriving in 1 hour, 13 minutes. This will be the second 777-300ER of the day from London. I recorded the first one. I did not, obviously I was not on the air to capture that one. We were an hour and a half late to start the show due to some internet issues. Figured I'd take the time now to try to work on the internet to no avail. The other thing you guys can't see over here, whoops, in the wrong place. Where is it? Oh, there it is. You got that C-17 tail hanging out over there. We can't see it from over here. I don't even know if you could see it at the end of the parking garage there anymore. All right, so American Airlines 3133. This is a 737 MAX 8. It went to Greensboro, and it is now on its way back from Greensboro. I'm surprised they sent a MAX 8 that short of a distance. 19 minutes of flight time for this MAX 8 from Greensboro. I know Chicago Flights, man, his camera is a beast. I would absolutely love to know what camera he uses. But Chicago Flight's camera at night is very impressive. Absolutely. I would love to know what camera he uses, honestly, because that's exactly what I'm looking for. I know a lot of people use like the Sony A7s, but like I said, I don't want a body lens combination. I don't want an interchangeable thing again like we've had. We've done that already, and like I said a moment ago, I prefer this type of camera because of how much smoother it is than using the mirrorless or the DSLR. Yeah, Alex, Eddie's been around. He said he is doing much better. PSA Airlines coming in from Philadelphia, CRJ 701ER. Then after that, we have one coming in from Ramona Town, coming in from Wilmington. Piedmont Airlines 5969, followed by that final 777-300 of the day. So that 777-300 says it's 1 minute out, but it's not. That's going to be a pretty shot with that dark cloud coverage in the background back there. So that 777 coming up in just a few minutes. And of course, Lufthansa on the way. Again, they were delayed. They were diverted to Boston Logan. Not sure why, but they are now finally on the way, due in around 7 p.m. this evening. See, I just can't beat this zoom right here. All right, that 777-300, number 2 for arrival, coming in after Piedmont from Wilmington. All right, Captain Mickey Mouse. I highly doubt he's going to say anything. Kobe Aviation, good afternoon. Again, good afternoon, everybody. Smash the like button here. We've got couple more hours left to go in today's show. Glad everybody's tuning in. Again, we're back tomorrow for a doubleheader weekend. Tomorrow we start early. Going to try to start at 9 a.m. If not 9 a.m., if we may push it to 10 a.m. It just depends on what time me and the missus wake up in the morning. Yeah, Mike and Patty, his is the Sony A7. If I'm not mistaken. Could be a Canon, but I think it's a Sony A7. And I think that's what LA Flights uses too, is the Sony A7s. I don't like the vignetting of those style of cameras either. So if you don't know what vignetting is, it's where it darkens the outside edge of the shot. On my other camera, I have the vignette control turned up, so it won't put that dark. It like highlights the center. It darkens out the edges and highlights the middle. The Sony is probably the best camera on the market, though. All right, here we go. 777-300ER from London, our last big boy. Other than the A350 coming up, we're going to try to give you guys one more touchdown shot of the landing gear. We got to get into position for that. There we go. 777-300 ER from London Heathrow. I think this is actually the first time I've got the arrival of the 300 on the live. There you go. Heck yeah, what a shot. That's going to look good on that A350 as the sun continues to drop lower in the sky. Man, I hope you guys enjoyed that. I hope that looked as amazing as it did on the camera. Going to try to watch the playback here over on the other side. A little stuttery, but oh, that looks amazing. That looks incredible. Can't wait to watch that later. Dang. That was an amazing shot. The late evening sunlight dropping the sun down, the sun being down so low, finally lighting the gear underneath. So we got one more opportunity at that with the arrival of the A350. As long as it doesn't start to rain, we should be okay for that. Next arrival looks like we've got an American Airlines 2943. This one coming up from Eddie's neck of the woods. Coming up from Myrtle Beach. That one will be here in about 2 minutes. They're making their final 2 turns to final. Yeah, the A7 Mark II. Yeah, so the A7 Mark II works really good. You know who else? I can't remember. What is his name over in Germany? In Frankfurt. One in aviation, one more aviation. Now his nighttime show is pretty good as well. I don't know what camera he uses. He has his equipment listed, but I think he uses the Sony A7 Mark II or Mark III as well. Now you got some clouds and some storms building off to the north. I hope that this does not push that A350 off to center or far right. Hopefully we'll see that A350 from Lufty here in just a few minutes. So that one arriving around 7:37 p.m. Got another one just over uptown Charlotte down there. I can't see it with the naked. Oh, there it is. Can I find it with the camera, though? That is the question. It's about to go behind the clouds. Oh, it's going to go in front of the clouds. That one is 737, way off in the distance. See, we can zoom in even farther, but it looks like crap. So again, like I said, good afternoon, good evening, almost evening now, everybody. Thank you all for tuning in. It's been quite the afternoon. Not as long as we wanted to be on the air. Again, we're not close to done yet. We've still got at least another hour and some change. Possibly stick around for sunset here. Sunset 8:20 p.m. And like I said, the missus and I are going to try to go and we're going to go to dinner. Still haven't decided where we want to go eat yet. You know what else I find that's really, really cool for Charlotte is this taxiway color. RDU getting ready to get soaked by a storm. Boy, we saw that on Thursday, how the weather changed so quickly on Thursday. I was up on the roof, 15% chance of rain, and then all of a sudden it started popping off. Durham got hit harder than we did. As we watched that storm off to the west on Thursday night. Let's see if we can get another landing gear shot. What do you guys think? Y'all want another couple of landing gear shots? Gotta practice, right? Now that sun is low enough in the sky. But see, I'm zooming out right now. You see how smooth that is? I absolutely love it. That's why I said I want another camera like this one. Don't want another DSLR style. I slipped a little on that one. They do not. Sierra, they do not. Unfortunately. As a matter of fact, fun fact for you. Between our two North Carolina airports here, RDU got a 787 Dreamliner before Charlotte did, by the way. Never did you see Dreamliners here, but when we got Air France and that Dreamliner, that was the first one. I don't know if it was for the state. I would assume so, since we don't have any other major airports in the state. But we got the Dreamliner before Charlotte did. FMSC Buck finally trying to move this 777 off a D4, or 737 off a D4. This waiting on, I think he might be waiting on a couple of ERJs on E2. There's one sitting in. So we'll see. He's on D4 down there. I don't know if we can, Buck, I don't know if I can see you from here or not. Let's see. Hold on. Nope. I can only see the top of your tug. Let's hang out with the American 737 pilots, shall we? They're struggling to see what's going on. Oh, D6. There's that 7.3 we were just looking at. That one not lit up. Landing gear not long enough for the 7.3s. 737. So if you guys weren't here at the beginning of the show, me, Miss Carolina, and Ramona all went over to the Sullenberger Museum. And if you live in Charlotte, I highly suggest you don't walk, you run, you go over to the Sullenberger Aviation Museum. They have some really nice models. I picked up this Lufthansa A380 this morning. They have 3 different 747-400s, UPS, Pan Am, and Delta, and British Airways. They also have a Southwest 737 and Alaska 737 as well. There were a couple others they had in there. They had an American 737-200. That one was a nice model. The 74 and the A380, they all come with landing gear too, so you don't have to put them on the stand. You can set them on the ground. Next arrival, coming in from Philadelphia, American Airlines 2074 737-800. This one 12 years of age, delivering back in May of 2014. So again, if you live in the Charlotte area, I highly recommend going over there. I was trying to decide between this one, the A380, and the UPS 747-400. They also had an Eastern Airlines MD-80 maybe. I haven't looked at it. Ramona picked up the Pan Am 747 and the Eastern. So they have some great models over there. Oh, so he uses a Panasonic. So that's what we're using. We're using a Panasonic. It is not that particular model, but we are using the Panasonic for the daytime stuff. Again, it's not a terrible camera. It has been hard to set up, but once I got it set up, it was okay. Again, I don't know if the quality is better or worse between this camera and the other one, but one of these days, again, 2 more weeks, we'll be back on the Nikon. So these models here, this one here, I paid $87.99. So I paid right at $90 for the A380, the Lufthansa A380 model. The 747s were all $81. And I don't remember how much. I didn't look at the 737s because I already have 2 737 MAX 8s. So I didn't want to purchase another one of those. You guys saw Christopher Brown gave us that 757 America West last weekend. He's also given us a KLM 777-300. So our model collection is growing. Maybe one of these days I'll have need for a studio, and I'll have those all over the studio in the house. Ooh, a little tippy there for the E175 from Key West. Coming in from the Keys. They did not have any Moxies, unfortunately. And by the way, this is the most variety I've ever seen them have. The last time I was here, it was nothing but American, and they only had like 3 or 4 variants. But this time, a very, very, very good selection. The guy that we talked to over there earlier this afternoon or this morning, he actually was on here on the show in the chat, and he said that they just got Emirates A380s today. So that would be another one on my bucket list, an Emirates A380. Next arrival coming in from New Bern. This one, Piedmont 5980. An ERJ 145LR, 21 years of age, delivered in October 2004, excuse me. So, where I got the models, right across the runway here at the Sullenberger Museum. So if you are in the Charlotte area, there you go. Go check out the Sullenberger Museum. Absolutely an amazing place. Granted, by the way, this episode of the show is not sponsored by them, but a shout out to the Sullenberger Museum. Great products in there, as well as great displays. I really enjoyed the Sully display of that crashed A321 or A320 that landed in the Hudson back in 2011. That aircraft is in the museum, along with the F-14 Tomcat and a bunch of other aircraft. As a matter of fact, let's zoom in over there. You can see some of the static displays that they have outside. There. They have helicopters over on the other side of the building, but a very, very awesome experience. Another awesome experience if you're in the DC area is the one out at Dulles. That's one of my absolute favorite must-tos, is the museum at Dulles. Got a Concorde in there. Grumpy E, long time no see. Good afternoon. Hey, we got something other than American. Hey, by the way, if you guys are still playing the game for my channel members, when you see this plane, please spam the chat. Tomorrow the game will be way more fun because we'll see more than just American Airlines tomorrow, I promise. So we've got the game. If you guys don't know the game, anytime you see a American Heavy or anything that is not American, you spam the chat with the tail emoji. Only American Heavies can you get away with it, and anything not American, spam the chat. Of course, Etihad is one of those, and of course Lufthansa coming up, so I expect you guys to spam the chat with Lufthansa, and of course our next arrival, which is coming in from Newark, New Jersey. Republic Airways 3533. This is going to be a United Express E175LR. 4 years of age, delivered back in 2022. No month of birth for this ERJ. Man, the sun going down. Going to get into golden hour here before too long. Already putting on quite an amazing view with the light. There you go. Spam the chat with that United tail for our channel members. Again, tomorrow that game will be way more fun because we'll see a lot more airlines tomorrow. Southwest, Frontier, JetBlue, Delta, a lot of Delta 717s, some Mad Dogs, something we haven't seen too much of this year. So we'll get the Delta 717 Mad Dog tomorrow. Speaking of Lufthansa, let's get an update on Lufty. Where are you? There you are. Lufty just crossing into Virginia. Getting ready to hop over downtown DC. So we're looking at 48 minutes left for that A350-900 from Lufty. UPS coming up from Louisville, Kentucky, 767-300 freighter. I have a huge feeling that one's 26 minutes out still. What is going on here? So that one will more than likely land over on center or right. Hopefully, as that one gets closer, I'll be able to give you guys that shot, long shot, way across. Probably what would we say? That other runway's over a mile away. The farthest runway from that side of the parking garage, I'm going to say it's probably about a mile and a quarter, mile and a half now. That distance. So again, Lufthansa coming up. And like I said, we're going to roll into the evening here. I try to make it to sunset tonight. I see the beacons on. I see you moving finally. That 737 finally moving. FMSC Buck finally. So the models are plastic, but the landing gear and all move on this one. Again, this is the only one from this particular company that I have bought that has landing gear. All the other ones, like the 737, and the 737s are 1 in 130 scale. This is 1 in 200 scale. So it is a very big jet. Oh, not yet. Still hasn't moved yet. Oh, an A321 arrival. Yes. So we could look at this one. Got the super orange tug. Oh, that's right. So you're hanging out there by that 777. All right. Next arrival. This one coming in from AUA, American Airlines. 874 coming in from Orange Desida. You know me, words are hard. Not even gonna try. Somewhere in the Caribbean, I would assume. There is that 73. The sun's not quite low enough for the 737s and their stubby little landing gear. The A319s through A321s should be perfect. Our big heavies, of course, we're able to really get that that one down. All right, next arrival. Coming in from Buffalo, New York, American Airlines 2442, 737-800. This one here, 17 years of age, delivered back in July of 2009. Followed by, well, another opportunity for you guys to spam the chat. Oh, it's in Aruba. Okay. See, that would have been better. I can pronounce Aruba. Bulletin yesterday for 737 MAX 789. 500 aircraft need to be inspected. Dang. All right, so this one coming in. See, this is the perfect time of day to be over here on the east side. Worst time of day to be on the west side, if I'm honest. This is perfect. The lighting is spectacular. Again, next up, another opportunity to spam that chat. So you may encountering some buffering here, some stutters here. Internet, now it's crashing, yeah. Again, some buffering will occur today. Again, we were an hour and a half late trying to, we were working on trying to fix the internet. There you go. Get ready to spam the chat. Here we go. Sorry, I didn't get the info. Miss Carolina chatting with me there. Frontier. Our third frontier of the afternoon. Kind of traffic jam we got going on right here. Got another one, this one coming from home, coming from our home base. RDU, American Airlines 1894, 38 minutes of flight time for this one. This aircraft, 11 years of age, delivered back in November of 2014. All right, on to our next arrival, the A321. I want to know what these, so Bucks, you'll be able to tell me what those traffic lights are for. This should be a good shot of the A321 landing gear. As they float, no touchdown for that one. One of these is lit up. See, like that one, it changed. It was yellow. It is now green. So, Bucks, what is that? You guys can see the heat waves and how bad the heat waves really mess things up. We got another arrival coming in from St. Thomas, American Airlines 2869, an A319. This A319, 11 years of age, delivered back in 2015. Oh, Gavin told us. Ground awareness caution is for passageways and planes are at the gate. Oh, okay. Used corded comms. Yellow is corded comms. Red is ramp closed. Oh, okay, there we go. All right, that's what I wanted to know. So if the ramp is closed, it would be like for weather or something, right? Possibly. Here comes our A319 from St. Thomas. They're all floating in tonight. Basic area situational awareness. See, RDU don't have anything like that. So I've always, every time I come to Charlotte, I always wonder what those are for. I don't even know if does the other side where we normally are have those. I've never paid attention. But there's only 2 of them. So now, see, that one's back to yellow. They're all back to yellow. And they all have blinking lights above them except for that one. So see, these over here, these 2 over here are have a combination of a flashing one as well as like the traffic style. All right, we got another arrival coming in from White Plains, PSA. An hour and 20 minutes for the CRJ 900LR. That one, 11 years of age. Another one that delivered in at 2015. Got a Delta landing over on the far side over there. I wonder if we could actually get that one. Coming in. I don't see it just yet. Maybe we'll try it after the CRJ arrival. It's coming in from Minneapolis. It's an A220-100, which is something I'm not used to seeing here at Charlotte, an A220. This shot right here, with the dark clouds in the background and the planes being fully lit, that is a pretty epic looking shot. Don't know if this is that Delta or not. There it is, our A220. Camera's none too pleased about that. All right, next arrival coming in from LaGuardia, American Airlines 1150, an A321-200. This one here, 9 years of age, delivered in October of 2016. 777's departing from center. Quite the traffic jam over here for sure. Well, this shot of Lufthansa in a little bit is going to be pretty epic. The final heavy arrival of the afternoon. Other than that UPS 767, which I'm not sure we're actually going to see. Oh, check out the building in Uptown. Half lit, half in the dark, under the shade of the cloud. All right, next arrival, we've got one coming in from San Juan, Puerto Rico, American Airlines 783, an A321. Neo. This one here, 9 years of age, delivered back in May of 2017. Doing the walk around down there on D6. Let's see. I'll hang out at this 737. Yeah, we've got the thunderstorms off to the north of us at the moment. Looking off to the west, there may be something coming. Hopefully the sun will stick around long enough for us to be able to grab that lufty. The big orange. All right, we got our arrival. We'll swing back over there to D6 in just a moment. Our A321 from San Juan, Puerto Rico. There we go. That might be him right there. That thing is definitely bright orange, ain't it? Hanging out there with that 737-800. It's got net jets from Hyannis, an Embraer Phenom 300E. So there is about a 20-second delay here. He hasn't spotted us just yet. Watching him down there. You'll know when he sees that we got him. Lufty to D12. D12 right there on the corner where we saw that A321 push back. That one on the opposite side of that 777, I believe. He might be farther behind. Well, no, he's not. He's been chatting with us quite a bit. Beacons are on for that. 737. He's still got stuff hooked up to it though. Ooh, we're gonna get some cloud coverage here. Oh man, the cloud coverage is going to end our beautiful shot here though. But man, those clouds are amazing behind us. I don't know if I can get a shot of those clouds or not. Here comes our Embraer coming in. So things going to darken down here over the course of the next few minutes. It's going to remain dark for the remainder of the show. Means we're gonna have to pull off one of the ND filters. Oh man, this cloud looks so cool. I don't know if I could. I hate messing with this automatic trunk. I was gonna try to show you guys that without killing myself. Maybe I have enough room there to go around the car. That's what we're looking at behind us. A lot of dark clouds, as you can see, but a beautiful shot nonetheless. So that means uptown Charlotte's going to be put off into darkness here before too long as those clouds continue to drop in here. Let's see. I am going to check the weather radar. It does look pretty ominous off to the west. So give me a second here to check the weather. Oh yeah, boy, there's some serious stuff out there. Nothing that's going to affect us until about 8 o'clock. No, it doesn't look like any severe storms, but around 8 o'clock. Right now, Lincolnton, Concord, Newton, Statesville is about to be hit. Well, Statesville looks like they're going to escape by it, but there are several places around the area to the north and off to the west of the airport that are going to be hit with this. So Lufthansa coming, 33 minutes of flight left in their flight time. So hopefully we can get Lufthansa before we get run off. Oh man, well that's it, show's over. They switched runways, they flipped them. That's, I don't know yet. That may or may not be a bad thing. It's definitely going to make life more, it's going to make life a little bit more difficult, but they switched runways on us, guys. Now coming in on the 36s. We'll still see Lufthansa as it rolls up to the gate, but no more arrival shots. We should have some departure shots, maybe. We haven't seen too many departures this afternoon from this side. So we might just be hanging out watching all the ramp action for the rest of the afternoon here. That weather's looking quite bad over there. They switched directions to avoid that weather. Yeah, there they go. They're all going to leave center. They're all leaving 3-6 center. And there's nobody waiting on our side to leave. Another reason why we don't do this side of the airport very often either is when they change runway directions, makes it impossible for us to get departures. Hopefully we'll get some departures over here, but I'm not going to hold my breath at the moment. The thing is, Lufthansa's still going to come in on this side. It's just going to come in from the other direction. We have one coming in right now. I don't know where they pull off at, if it's right here or further down. If it's further down, then who knows what we're going to do. Moving, I don't know if that's going to be an option for us again. We've got a lot of stuff. Like, our car is packed to the gills with stuff. So moving, like we did the other night, might be a little on the harder side to do. Maybe not, since we're in an SUV, not the car. Maybe we can pick up the camera and just in the car. I don't know. Huh? Okay, Miss Carolina's going to get things together. We're going to see how long we can carry on with the show. Again, there is weather. We've got a 777 pushing back down here below us. Again, once it gets dark, things are going to be a little bit different. So we'll see about our next arrival. Next arrival coming in from the south here. This is going to be American Airlines 2898 coming in from Jacksonville, 737-800. But again, all right, so this is reason number 3 right here why we don't come to the east side of the airport, because we've had several instances where they've changed direction, and tonight is one of those instances. It looks like you got a pretty significant storm building right here. Kind of, maybe. I don't know, but that cloud is extremely bright. Pretty looking cloud, though. We're going to find out where American 2898 comes off at. The chances of us moving, maybe. We'll see. What time is it? Almost 7:30. Let's get Lufthansa in here first and see. After Lufthansa, again, that might be the end of our show. But let's get that one in here first. And then we'll start really worrying about the weather. As of right now, it looks like 8 o'clock is going to be about the time for rain. So according to the weather radar, so it may be the end of our day. Still waiting on that 737. They got to get this 777 out of the way first before they can start pushing. Yeah, I don't know. Right there's our arrival. Boy, this escalated just as quickly as it did on Thursday, didn't it? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see about moving it. I'll leave it up to Miss Carolina. I'm sure she's getting hungry, ready to go to dinner. We were only supposed to be on till about 8 o'clock anyway this evening. So we'll see. We're going to wait on Lufty. But again, continue to smash the like button if you guys haven't so far. Although I really would like to try the departures over on the other side with this camera. Nice big fat zoom. Being able to push that far. And being nice and smooth could make for some epic departure shots. Again, that weather coming in though. Expected to rain here before too long. And I don't plan on trying to go under any of the, especially since that storm is coming in from the west. All the wind's going to be blowing in from the west. But they are avoiding the weather at the moment. The American 777 finally getting ready to move on here. David, good evening. Catch us at a very interesting time of the evening here. Runway change. Again, everybody leaving center. Off of D6, there is our 737 pushing back. You can hear the 777 getting a move on. It's a viewer working down there with this 737. Yeah, we're definitely waiting for Lufthansa. That A350 900. See, it can change it just like that. Absolutely, the entire thing. Everything can change that quickly. All right, let's focus on our 777 here. We'll go back to the big orange tug here in just a minute after the 777 makes its way out. All right, where is Lufty? Let's find out, shall we? Lufthansa is still 21 minutes out. Hauling that 737 off of D6 there. One of our viewers moving that one around. Look at that rain up there to the north. Yeah. Looks like 8 o'clock it's going to get here. We still got another 21 minutes for Lufty's arrival. Right there's the gate that Lufty's going to go to. Going to be quite the shot of Lufthansa going into that gate. Yeah, it stopped in Boston. So D12 is where that Lufty's going to go. Again, 18 minutes now. And of course, the airport is getting extremely busy. The luck of Carolina Aviation. Anybody lining up over here for departure? Absolutely not. We got American Airlines 1965 coming in from Punta Cana, an A321. Let's see, can we see it? I don't know if the zoom is quite that good. Camera's not going to want to focus on it and stay focused as far out as that is. It's probably 5 miles out, 4 miles out. Oh, what a shot. That 737 departure from center, absolutely an amazing looking shot from here. Got one arrival that's pulled out here, down here, so maybe. Lose this one to the building. Can pick it back up right there in the middle. But once again, like I said, this is one of the reasons we don't do the east side. I love this side of the airport. It's great for all the heavy international arrivals, but when things happen, this is what what we're left with. Also, it's been very slow over here. I felt like we were at RDU, if not less than RDU today, as slow as things have been here. And that's a normal Saturday. Everything is slow. The other side of the airport is always much, much, much busier. Ooh, that wind feels good. It's getting windy. Wind's blowing in from the north now off of these storms. Trying to keep an eye and make sure it's not going to rain. Well, that wind is a gusting, boy. This Carolina is about to blow over. Yeah, you can, I guess. Yeah. We just don't have video for it, though. Oh. Man, that cooled down significantly, didn't it? The beard is whipping in the wind. You can see, I'm not out far enough. I'm behind the car. The wind is, you can see, kind of blowing the beard around. Yeah, you can see it right there. It's to the south, so that's coming this way. Yeah, Lufty will probably be it if, hopefully Lufty beats the rain. Got another arrival coming in from Albany, American Airlines at 7:10. This is going to be a 737-800. Lufthansa now 13 minutes out. Off to the north. Yes, Miss Carolina is very camera shy. She doesn't even like to hear her own voice, to be honest, but it's all I can do to get her on the show. But once I get her on the show, she gets a little more comfortable. Dude, that's a problem. That's a mess.
It's been a mess for a long time.
I know, but with the headset there, with the rain coming, we're not going to have time to fix it.
Nothing has to be like done right now. It
No.
just needs to be put away.
Yes.
Take your last sip and just move forward. Taking it away.
Yeah, the wind, I'm going to get beard whipped from the wind. There's that 737 that just come in. I really wanted to see some departures from this side. I think that would have been awesome. But I don't think we're going to get any. Hey, there we go. We can actually see inside this terminal now that it's dark enough. Check that out. The blue circle lighting around whatever you want to call this portion of the building. One of my favorite things about Charlotte is the lighting down on the other side. The lighting around, what you call it, coming down the road. Oh, I think I just felt a raindrop. Come on, Lufty, hurry up. Lufty gonna stick me out here in the rain. I'm watching, trying to make sure it's not gonna get here. It is very slow moving, it looks like. see the temperature's dropped all the way down to about 90 degrees, so we've lost about 8 degrees here, 5 degrees here, sorry. It was hovering around 100, so that temperature is coming down quite nicely. All right, Lufty. So no, unfortunately, this parking garage here, Captain Mickey Mouse, I'll show you. They have these stupid, it's not like RDU where you can just hop down a floor. They have these stupid grate things that run all the way down to the bottom of the parking garage. So going downstairs is not an option unless you go over to that that fire escape. And honestly, the fire escape has a roof, but it's not very protective. So again, waiting for that Lufthansa. That was a close one. Where'd your hat go? Did it blow off?
It started to use my head.
Yeah, so there's nowhere for us to go as far as moving down a floor. And moving across to the other side I don't think is gonna work either. I really would love to go over to the other side though. For like the departures and stuff, but again, I think when Lufty's here, that's it. I think Lufthansa will be our final of the day. Again, amazing how quickly the weather can change. Lufthansa now over Uptown. But I don't see it. I'm wondering if it's above that cloud. A couple more minutes here for Lufthansa. I'm looking for it. Got that A350 coming up in just a few minutes. A couple more arrivals. I really wish we'd get some departures sitting out over there. Nobody at the end of this side. All the 777s and everything over on center. Let's see. Is there 777 up next? No. 777 now, number 2. I'm going to try to swing around, so you're going to have to want to move over there. Huh? You're going to want to move to that side. I'm going to try to shoot that 777 leaving here in a second. Got a 777 at number 2 for departure center. So we're going to try to give you guys that shot. Should be an interesting shot. Yeah, that's probably what we're going to end up doing there, Captain Mickey Mouse. Now, a reminder, you guys, tomorrow. Yeah, they did switch runways, sadly, Sierra. We were going to try to get Lufty coming in this way. Winds change, storms off to the north and off to the west. So chances are, after we get Lufty into the gate, that will be the last little bit of today's show. Reminder, tomorrow we are back here at CLT for day number 2 at American's second busiest airport hub. All right, so we got a 777 coming up. This one headed off to Rome. American 720. Should be a good shot. As a matter of fact, I think you guys are gonna take a small ride here. Hopefully the camera will still be level. If not, oh well, we're close enough to the end of the day. Gonna try to grab that 777 off to Rome. It is on the move. Got a Frontier, and then we got another 777. The next 777 off to Munich. 777 American Airlines 784 off to Munich. Speaking of Munich, UPS coming in right now over there. Lufthansa appears to be number 2 for arrival. So Lufty will absolutely end our day. We're going to try to grab that one last 777 off to Munich here in just a minute. Lufthansa off in the distance, making their turn. Oh yeah, sure. Lufty now number 2 for arrival. So again, good evening everybody, waiting on our final arrival of the evening. Arriving very, very late for Lufty.
Whoa! Can't go that way. Can't go that way.
What?
What is it there? Lots of lightning. Like 5 different things all at the same time.
Miss Carolina getting me to change the camera angle over. 5 pieces of lightning. Oh, Lufthansa now number 1. There was a go around for the ERJ. So let's see if the A350 makes it or if she does a go around. We'll find out. Lots of lightning off over here. That's what Miss Carolina wanted us to see. Frontier off and running. There is the 777 off to Munich coming up next for departure around behind us. That was a good one.
That one.
All right, again, Lufty up next. American to Munich up next for departure. Will we grab the departure? Will we be able to get it before the arrival of the A350? We're going to find out. That 777's lagging behind here a little bit. So Piedmont doing a go around here due to wind or whatnot. Again, lightning off in the distance here off to the east of the airport, east and north. All right, Munich coming around right now. The American 777 to Munich. Swing around, try to grab a little bit of Lufty here. Lufty going around. That A350 going around. What a shot this is about to be. Remember, spam that chat with the Lufthansa tail. She'll go around and try it one more time. I can't even see that plane, but the naked eye now. Now I can. Blending in with the clouds. Follow her with the camera. Lufthansa out over Uptown. Watch Lufthansa divert back to Boston. Boy, this plane has had a rough day. This plane making a diversion into Boston Logan earlier this afternoon. Now can't even get to their final destination because of the go around here. Quite a good time. Lufty going around. Let's go back and watch some lightning. You guys know how much I enjoy the weather. A pretty significant storm off here over to the north and the east as we await that A350's return in a minute. So, Lufty might have a problem because Lufthansa is going to be so far back in line now because there are other planes coming up from the south, plus the other go around and everybody coming off from the northeast. So Lufthansa going to have to file back in here. Hopefully Lufty will continue to make its way around here and come back in this way. Apologies. Had the mic off. I don't know if that does that on its own or what happens, or if I just turned it on and forgot. But Lufthansa, finally, after a rough day, diverting to Boston Logan earlier in the afternoon, now finally at her final destination. After making a go around earlier. See those lufty emojis. Again, like I said, tomorrow we're back here. We're going to be facing the west side of the airport tomorrow. I don't know if we'll be up here on the parking garage or if we're going to go to the overlook. Started the day with Etihad over there on that gate this morning. So Lufty into the gate. Yeah, only 3.5 hours late. Well, there you go, you guys. That is it from day one of Charlotte East Side. Tomorrow we'll be on the west side. Hope you guys, hope to see you all tomorrow. Continue to smash the like button on the way out. As we end, you will be redirected to tomorrow's show. Again, it's supposed to be 9 a.m. We may push it back to 10 a.m. I don't know yet. It all depends on how early me and Miss Carolina wake in the morning. Chances are we're going to be up early. Her and I don't sleep in. So the chances are pretty high. Again, check the links in the description for the merch, the link to our Instagram account, and PayPal. If you don't feel like giving 30% of your hard-earned money to YouTube, please use the PayPal link in the description below. Again, what a show. Good day. Saw Etihad. Saw all of the 777s except for I think 2 or 3 of them. 2 777-300 ERs from London. Etihad's departure. Etihad came in before we even started the show. Our first and original start time this afternoon. So, a great show today. A little on the slow side, being again that we were on the east side. Now we're going to get some departures. We got one more departure here off to Boston, an A321. But tomorrow, expect us over on the west side. Going to be another extremely hot day. So your host is going to have to try to figure out how to stay cool all day tomorrow. Anyway, I hope you guys have all enjoyed today's broadcast, and we will see you again tomorrow. Good night, everybody.